into the administration and expenditure of funding under the Urban Congestion Fund. These are public proceedings and a Hansard transcript is being made. We're also streaming live via the web, which can be found at www.aph.gov.au. For reference, the senators participating today are myself, Senator Tim Ayres and Senator Rice, and via video conference are Senators Chandler and Smith. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. In addition, if the committee has reason to believe that evidence about to be given may reflect adversely on a person, the committee may also direct that the evidence be heard in private session. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in private session. It's important that witnesses give the committee notice if they intend to ask to give evidence in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. I remind witnesses that mobile phones should be switched off or turned to silent, and committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking should mute their microphones. Also take this opportunity to note that as it's Remembrance Day today, the committee will pause for a minute's silence at 11 a.m. And in fact, in discussion with my colleague in South Australia, we'll take a brief pause to allow Senator Smith to participate in the minute silence at 11:30 to make sure that that goes well. I now welcome Mr Stephen Lucas. Welcome, Mr Lucas. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And you'll have to unmute, I think. Let's see if we get you back now.
Yes, thank you for that.
Thank you. Good.
Should be able to hear me now. My full name is Stephen Kendall Lucas, and I appear on my own behalf.
Thank you. I now invite you to make an opening statement, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Senator. My background is that I've lived in Maroondah for 44 years, first in Heathmont and more recently in Croydon. I live very close to where the Croydon car park is being built. My career was as a government solicitor. I worked mostly with the Australian Government Solicitor's Office. In the last 10 to 15 years, I've worked with a private firm, also with a practitioner who does probity work. Thus, I've got, I think, a lot of experience when it comes to procurement and probity, and I know the local scene in Maroondah. Now, the facts, just very briefly, what happened here is that in 2019, the lead up to the last federal election, the sitting member, Mr Michael Sukkar, announced 5 car parks for the Deakin electorate, and Maroondah falls within that, of course. The car parks were Ringwood, Croydon, Mitcham, Heathmont and Heatherdale. Now, the Croydon one has almost been completed. One was dropped. The Mitcham one was dropped. So that left 3. That leaves 3 which haven't even been commenced. I have a real problem with the way that the whole process has been run. My experience working for the government agencies, and we'd always tell clients this, bad process leads to bad outcomes. It's not just a matter of being good guys and being fair. If you have a bad process, you are very likely to have a bad outcome. And here, after 3 years, there's only one car park which is almost completed, one which has been pitched, and 3 which are languishing. The problems with the process start with the scoping or the lack thereof. There should be extensive scoping before a project is commenced. That was pointed out in the recent ANAO office very clearly. I stress this is a really important part of the project when some real brain work can be done. There's a lot of things that can be thought of. Some of them have been pointed out by Dr. Stone and others in submission 9 to the inquiry. There's things like buy a paddock somewhere and bus people in. This is something they do in the UK, for example, where it was a few years ago. Works real well. It's cheap and it's fast to implement. You have to bear in mind too that car parks may become white elephants. There's a lot of writing in the financial press now about car parks. Hamish Douglass, who runs one of the huge funds, the Magellan Fund, he's warned that car parks may become obsolete because of changing car technology. So all of that sort of thing should be put in the mix. The best way to do it, the best solution, as they call it, when they organise procurements. Not done here, in my opinion. It was just a promise which was made or an announcement which was made in the days before the last election. Safety is also an issue with car parks. Around car parks is a very dangerous area. Around the Croydon car park, my wife was almost killed a couple of years ago. On the same pedestrian crossing, a lady was actually killed. It's a high traffic area, lots of people, cars, buses. So it's prudent to be extremely careful when it comes to safety with these things. I've been involved with these sorts of projects, and that's something that stakeholders are very, very concerned about. And it's not obvious to me that there was any concern about that here. Maroondah have claimed that they've been asking for computer car parking for a long time. To that I say, not true. It's only a half-truth. They were no doubt asking for more parking. We need more parking in a lot of areas, but we need parking for shoppers and for train travellers. I would say particularly for shoppers, for the traders. Business cases, no evidence here that Maroondah have done any proper business cases. Another problem with the process is that an upfront payment of $42 million was made by the Commonwealth to Maroondah before any milestones were met. So they were in effect given a bucket of money, $42 million, 70% of the total funding before anything had been achieved. Now, the Auditor General queried that payment by the Commonwealth, but I say it's also a problem for Maroondah because it puts them in a compromised position. What are they supposed to do at that point? Bear in mind too, they have already bought car parks to a couple of sites. To me, they were in a hopelessly compromised position when it comes to considering the project in a rational and sensible way. There's a lot of opposition at Heathmont to the car park there. Ringwood, that's attracting a lot of opposition as well. Heatherdale, we don't know because they haven't even found a site for that yet. Community engagement, they've done virtually none except this year, a couple of years after the project started. They did none for Croydon, absolutely none for Croydon. The results, it's a dismal failure of delivery. 2,200 car spaces were announced in the last, before the last election. By my calculations, they will deliver about 287 at Croydon. That'll probably be a bit before Christmas. But to do that, they'll take 200 car spaces from the people like myself who used to shop in Main Street, because they built the car park on an area of land which was owned by the Commonwealth where people parked for Main Street. It was short-term car parking. Safety issues will remain at Croydon. It'll be helped by the fact that the state government is putting the train line in the air in the next 2 or 3 years. That will enable better means of access to the area. That may mean that it becomes a safer area. If they'd done the thing properly, they would have built the car park and the train together and had a walkway. Now we just have to hope that the levels are right and they can have a walkway. Now, how to solve these problems? I believe that for the 3 car parks that remain, there should be an independent scoping study with all the options considered, and there should be probity advice as to how that can be done in a fair and unbiased way. Now, the sub-question is, was a decision made during the caretaker period? To me, it looked as though there was a decision made during the caretaker period, because after the caretaker period started on the 11th of April 2019, Mr Sukkar said he was thrilled to announce, that's a quote, 2 more car parks, and the caption "delivering" was on his Facebook posts. So to me, as a voter in the Deakin electorate, that looked to me as though a decision had been made. That is my outline, Mr Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr Lucas. I have a couple of questions, and I'll see whether other committee members do. I think you've traversed quite a bit of this in your submission and your oral submission this morning, but could you briefly describe for us how the process has, in your words, breached the PGPA Act and the National Land Transport Act requirements?
It's difficult for me to say that because I don't have the documentation that the Commonwealth have when it comes to compliance with the Commonwealth legislation. In my submission, I set out the statutory framework, much of which I borrowed from the ANAO report. And you'll see in that there's a process under the National Land Transport Act by which the Minister may approve an investment project if he considers it appropriate. And the sorts of things to be considered appropriate are efficiency, safety, the results of economic and social benefit. Well, the Minister would have received a submission, I would think, from the Department of Infrastructure, which would have advised him on those sorts of things. I haven't seen that document.
So all of the scoping work would have been done prior at the very least. And is it right, what in your area, I think you say 2,200 car spaces were promised for 5 commuter car parks. One promised car park, Mitcham, was dropped after the election, so it reduced down to 4. The only one that's complete is Croydon, and it's so you say, I think, 287 car parks will be created out of the promised 2,200 by the time we get to the next election. But in fact, 200 of that 287 already existed for short-term car parking. Is that right?
Not quite. In the Croydon car park, I believe, I'm not sure of this, but I believe there'll be 487. So they built it on.
I see. So that's where we get the 487 is the 200 plus the 287. Is that right?
That's 487 for the car park. Take off 200 for the existing parking. So you're down to a net gain of 287.
And I expect when we talk to the department this afternoon, they'll say that 200 was short-term car parking, so it wasn't available to commuters, I assume, is what they'll argue. But at best, it's 487 out of the 2,200 that were promised.
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I might see if Senator Rice.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Lucas, and thank you for your submission and for your evidence this morning. From reading your evidence, it seems that you're in a particularly good position to reflect on your bad process leading to bad outcomes. Because can you talk us through first a bit in terms of your expertise in terms of process? So you said you worked with the Australian Government solicitor and familiar with procurement processes. So presumably you've got a bit of expertise in what good process would look like.
I have, Senator.
Can you give us just a bit more background as to sort of that level of expertise that you've got then in good process in terms of procurement?
In terms of the process work that I've done?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I first became a solicitor with the Commonwealth Deputy Crown Solicitor's Office in 1973, and I've done government law work all of that time. I have done with the Australian Government solicitor a lot of litigation to do with procurements. For example, when immigration contracted out the immigration detention function for the first time, would have been more than 20 years ago, there was a long federal court case involved with that, which I handled, went for several years. So we went through the whole range of proper procurement at that stage. We're advised by very good counsel like Mr. Bob Ellicott, QC. With the Commonwealth, I did a range of advising work when it came to procurement. I then moved to a firm called Spark Helmore, do a lot of government law work. I worked there for almost 9 years. That was in the government law area. We were doing work for a variety of clients. I was, for example, on the team when it came to T3 with the probity advisors for the T3. So did a lot of work on that. Done a lot of work for defence infrastructure. That was with the Australian Government Solicitor's Office. And in recent years, I've been involved in many procurements when it comes to, from the probity side, working for a private practitioner who specialises in that work. Most of that work has been on the state government level, but it's involved some years ago level crossing removals, big job at Springvale, for example, but countless other projects when it came to procurements in the probity area.
So given that background, could you just sort of step us through quickly as to, what would you have expected a good process for if you had a, commuter car park fund of $660 million, how the government should actually go about doing the procurement of car parks?
I would have expected the client to ask for what is the best solution, to start with that question in their mind. There's many solutions when it comes to car parks. We're talking about the Urban Congestion Fund, the basic aims of which are to relieve congestion and promote safety in the area. So I would have thought that a good client would have been very much focused on those objectives: relieving congestion, promoting safety. There's no evidence that was actually done here. From my perspective, from where I sat in the electorate of Deakin, these were only announcements made to obtain votes. So it's a slow process of working through that process of looking for the best options, and I think people, they have to use a little bit of brain power and a bit of imagination in finding the best processes when it comes to something like that. As I said before, the idea of park and drive is a good one, park and bus in, or simply improve the bus routes, the walking tracks, the bike paths to stations. That might do a lot in terms of getting people to the station quickly, but also in promoting safety, because these areas around stations are extremely dangerous. I was there when my wife was almost knocked over by a bus doing a right-hand turn. You don't want that sort of situation to develop. So that's where it would start. It would start with those options being considered during a scoping study, and then the client would go into a process which might be a request for proposal by tenderers or proponents, and the proponents would come in and they'd outline their proposals. And during that process, there's a fair bit of scope that can be given from a probity point of view. In the old days, people would just have to put their responses to tenders into the tender box, the old tender boxes, and there'd be no discussion with them. But now the agencies will engage with the tenderers or the proponents, and with probity advice, they can safely allow them all to improve their bids so that they're better aligned with the objectives of the client. It can be a long process.
Yep.
And stakeholders are brought in too during that process. At the end of the day, we're not going to have a lot of people come to the room, the stakeholders, the bus people and so on and so forth, and they would talk about what's been said. So it would be a long process of getting it right. I've heard one construction person do a graph and say, look, this is what it looks like. About 80% of it is the planning. The implementation, that's 10 or 20%. And that will be quick and that will be cheap. If you do the planning properly, the end part will be quick and cheap.
Yep.
And my submission here is this case proves that point. They didn't do any planning at the start, and the thing is just dragging on forever, and the cost is going up and up.
And a bad outcome from your perspective as a local resident.
Now, sorry, Senator Rice, I'm keen to go to Senator Chandler
I've just got one question. I mean, you say in your submission, given that the Minister's actions regarding the Maroondah car parks do not appear to be an ethical or a proper use of public money, and you said that it's open to conclude that Mr Silkar's announcements were for the purpose of securing a political advantage. So is that your contention, that given that detailed planning process didn't happen, the reason that it didn't happen was effectively the government making unethical approvals for political gain?
Well, that's how it appears to me, but you'll see in my submission that as a matter of procedural fairness, I've left it open for the Commonwealth representatives or for the council to come along and say, this is not right.
And that's the information that we're trying to get out in this committee. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr Lucas, for appearing today. Just circling back to your opening statement, you talked about a lot of the different, I guess, sort of competing priorities that we look at when we're trying to figure out whether or not a policy deliverable is actually required. I mean, is it your submission that there was a need for commuter car parking in Maroondah in 2019?
There are very few places for people to park around stations. There was certainly a need to reduce congestion, but it didn't have to be done through car parks. That may have been part of the solution, I don't know. Nobody asked for 4 car parks. As I said before, there could have been park and bus options. There could have been better buses, etc. That could have been done, but I do accept that there is a need for more parking in the Croydon area.
Yeah, and I note that in the Maroondah Council's submission to this inquiry, they've stated that having these car parks was consistent with their parking framework. So that would suggest that they were a necessary investment.
Well, I've already said that I believe that's a half-truth. There was a need for more commuter car parking. People park in front of my place. I'm not very far from the Croydon car park. I'd prefer it if they didn't do that. So I would admit there is a need for more parking, but by the same token, there is a need for more parking for the shoppers, for the traders, because I like to go down to Main Street. Because they've taken those 200 car spaces, it's going to be a real problem in terms of parking for me and real problems in the future development of Croydon. One thing I should say is that with these developments, what I've heard people said is that you must look at whether or not the development will, in effect, be a renaissance for the economic life of that area. Is it going to hold it back or not? And I would say by taking away 200 spaces for the shoppers, that's a very bad thing for our traders.
Okay. And secondly, in your opening remarks and in your submission, you talk about this sort of tension between the need to deliver these projects in a timely fashion, but at the same time, you said that there wasn't sufficient community consultation in developing or scoping the projects. So how do we balance that out? Because in my mind, I wonder if we take more time to consult with the community, then it's going to take even longer to deliver the project. So which would you prefer that we do in that situation? Deliver the projects on time or consult more broadly with the community?
Well, I don't accept that the community consultation will hold the process back or hold the timetable back. It just doesn't take that long. It's a normal thing to do. Talking to people to get their reaction will not hold you back in terms of time. It's part of the planning process.
So how long in your experience do you think it would take?
Beg your pardon?
How long in your experience do you think it would take to undertake community consultation around a project like this?
Well, not terribly long. There should be a first round of consultation when they do the scoping study to get people's ideas on that. That's only going to be, they're not meetings that I normally go to, but it might take a day or so to do something like that. You've got to give people time, I suppose, but a day of actual consultations. But after it starts to be developed, you need to have points in the process where you check in with the community and with the stakeholders too, with the bus companies and the traders and all those sorts of people. It's just something that's necessary in properly planning a process. But I couldn't say offhand just how many days it's going to take, but it's not going to make a material difference to the length of the process at all. It may actually shorten it because somebody will say, hey, that's not right. I could have told them here, if they'd asked me, hey, that's not right in terms of the safety issues at Croydon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lucas. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks, Mr. Lucas. So just reflecting on the questions from Senator Rice and Senator Chandler, I noticed you were careful to say that it wasn't you'd been careful to not make a sort of pronouncement about whether or not this had been administered properly in terms of the way that the Act should govern the administration of public funds and decision making. But it's true, isn't it, that the lack of process leading up to the announcements makes it impossible for the outsider to make an assessment.
Yes, that's correct. From my point of view, it's impossible to make an assessment.
And one of the purposes of having a sort of scoping process in the lead up to it, the consultation process that you've just canvassed, is to give some public confidence that public monies have been expended in the public interest.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lucas. I don't think you've been asked to take any questions on notice, but I think I'm supposed to indicate at this point, for the benefit of other witnesses as well, that questions on notice, it's proposed that they'll be due on Friday the 19th of November. So thank you, Mr. Lucas, and we'll move on to the next witnesses now.
Thank you, Chair.
I now welcome Dr. John Stone from the University of Melbourne and representatives of the National Growth Areas Alliance. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And we might start with Dr. Stone. And Dr. Stone, and not the first time that we've indicated this for 2021.
Every time a coconut. Sorry about that. Yes, my name is Dr. John Stone. I'm a senior lecturer in transport planning at the University of Melbourne.
Thanks, Dr. Stone.
And Bronwyn Clark, Executive Officer of the National Growth Areas Alliance.
Thanks, Ms. Clark. I now invite you both to make a short opening statement, and I think we'll start with you, Dr. Stone.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate what we said in our submission, which is basically the question of busting congestion is a simplistic question that has a complicated answer, and the reason that so many attempts to bust congestion have failed is because those attempts have been based around building more supply, whether it be roads or car parks. And it's been clear in our experience in Australia over 50 years and in studies and lived experience in cities all around the world that there is so much demand for activity in a vibrant city, and that's a good thing, that as soon as you create more capacity, you create more activity on those roads. And that's what transport planners call induced demand. And the only way to tackle that, open that demand in ways which don't clog up the city, is to improve the alternatives to driving. And the basic premise there is that people will choose the mode which gives them the best comparative experience, whether that be in time or convenience. And many cities have found that they are able, even in urban forms similar to our middle and outer suburban areas, to improve the alternatives so that they reduce the demand for cars. And that's really the only way that you can find a different equilibrium. And our problem with this project is that it, despite saying that it is set up with guidelines that say it will be evidence-based, it's falling into the trap that so many political processes have fallen into in the past, is to take what seems an immediate popular approach of giving people more supply and doing that in a way which doesn't tackle that question of induced demand. So really our submission is that there are problems right from the start of this project, and we can go into more detail about where the evidence base is and what the alternatives might be.
Thanks, Dr. Stone. Ms. Clark?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I'm meeting you today on the lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. The National Growth Areas Alliance, as you know, represents local government in the fast-growing outer metropolitan areas of our capital cities. 1 in 5 Australians live in growth areas. That's around 5 million people. And what I wanted to state today is really that growth areas are the home of the most hard done by commuters, and unfortunately they're also the home of the people who really did not benefit from the commuter car park. And a very small number of projects were allocated to growth areas, and these are areas where 4 out of 5 people drive to work. In some LGAs, it's 60 to 70% of their workforce leaves the area each day to work. And we sort of ask why there's such a reliance on cars for transport to work, and predominantly it's because of 2 reasons. One is a lack of local jobs in growth areas, but the other one is a lack of connecting public transport and car parking at train stations. Sometimes, you know, people have to get to the car park at the train station before 7 a.m. to get a park. Otherwise, it can be a 15-minute walk from where they can find a park to the train station. That prevents a lot of people from pursuing careers and professions and work outside their local area, because you simply can't do childcare drop-off or school drop-off and get to the train station by that time. It also means that on average, and the average household income in growth areas, up to 17% of that income is spent on transport just to get to work. And a lot of that is through driving and the cost of running a car, because there aren't sufficient public transport options. We know that commuters spend up to 2 hours, sometimes up to 2 hours each way. Sometimes even a 10-kilometre drive can take 45 minutes to an hour because of those congestion pinch points, which we had hoped would be solved by the Urban Congestion Fund. So really that's what I wanted to state, that this, to back up our submission, was that there are a lot of missed opportunities in this fund. We welcomed the announcement. We thought it was going to really fix some issues in growth areas where people are really challenged by that lack of transport facilities. But instead, you know, we were really disappointed that there were some missed opportunities. This fund really could have made significant difference to growth area communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms Clark. Dr Stone, I was going to start where you left off. What are the alternatives? I read your submission and some of the other submissions that, you know, at the outset of considering these kind of projects would, you know, provide some doubt about this, relying upon this method alone for reducing commuter travelling time and congestion. What are the alternative approaches that
I think
that should have, you know, with the stated objectives of the fund at the time, should have been considered?
I think that the Infrastructure Australia report, which the proponents of this project do rely on, but rely on in a way that sort of cherry picks their findings. The Infrastructure Australia do say, and I think rightly, that the solution for those people that Ms Clark has referred to, who really should be the focus of this fund, what they need is alternatives to driving where that's possible, and that means improved public transport. And interestingly, it's great to see Infrastructure Australia is supporting that, because I've found over my career that it's been quite hard to get people to even contemplate improving public transport in outer suburban areas of our cities. But it's clear that fast, direct bus services taking people right to the door of the station is something that has a growth potential much, much beyond car parks, because car parks, however big they are only going to serve a very small proportion of the market. So really thinking about how you get that fast, frequent and connected public transport service, and some of that does rely on operational funding coming from the states, but in terms, if you are thinking from the federal angle of where you might put capital works in, it would be how do you make sure that there's priority for the buses to get through an intersection? How do you make sure that the station precinct is designed so that people are taken by the bus to the station entrance, not into the middle of a car park in a dangerous walking environment to actually get to the train? And so there's a lot of things that can be done with capital investment which could improve things. And on the side of the operations, and to point to where operational expenditure can be made more effective, many times we, and this, if the state I'm from, Victoria, the criteria for a bus route is that it should be no more than, the bus stop should be no more than 400 metres from somebody's home. That in itself is a pretty useless intention, because what's the point of a bus 400 metres from home if it takes a very long time to get anywhere? It only comes once an hour at the best, or it doesn't run on a Sunday or whatever. But often we find that simplifying routes, taking a lot of those windy, convoluted routes and simplifying them, gives you the opportunity to run more frequency for the same number of bus kilometres. And so there's a lot of efficiencies that states can take up. And I think the Commonwealth has a role in encouraging states to do that, and perhaps a rolling fund to give them the money to put in the service that demonstrates the demand is something that the Commonwealth could look at. So there's many ways that this fund could have been used to do the thing which needs to do the heavy lifting in the suburbs, which is public transport access to rail.
Thank you. So there's at least one sort of broad alternative approach. Have you considered, after the government announced during the course of the election campaign the locations of these commuter car parks, I heard what Ms Clark said about them not being allocated to the fast-growing areas. Have you got anything to say about whether there was something rational about the way that the locations were identified for the car parks? Have you considered that? Putting aside your observations about alternative approaches to car parks.
Sure. Yes. Well, I was particularly interested to see the information about where some of these parks are being built, and the example that I'd like to draw your attention to is along the Belgrave line through Ringwood line through into the middle suburbs of Melbourne. So car parks being allocated at Camberwell and Glenferrie and some of the other smaller stations near there in Boroondara, the local government area of Boroondara. And those sites really did surprise me, because I think most people are aware that building new car parking in those inner city, middle suburban locations is something which goes against the intention of things like the Boroondara transport strategies, which are really about, as they say, promoting alternatives to car use, and where car use is still existing and still a problem, that we manage those effects. You don't do things which exacerbate those problems. And it seems to me that the car park proposals in those inner and middle suburban stations are really, from any perspective, are things that are just going to make problems worse for both commuters and for people trying to do their business, live their lives in those areas, because they're simply going to increase congestion in those areas. So yes, it was very surprising, and it was particularly surprising to see that the only evidence that seems to be being produced to support that is the Infrastructure Australia report, which quite clearly points to the problems of building more commuter car parking in inner and middle suburban areas.
Yes, thank you. And
But
Ms.
I think that there's many examples in Sydney and elsewhere in Melbourne where those inner and middle suburban areas of stations that have been proposed really fly against modern transport planning thinking.
And Ms. Clark, that's really just follows on. That's the essence of your critique. I think in your submission you say that you'd initially welcomed the announcement of the fund. It's very similar to the state that I come from. The way that you describe the outer urban areas, 60 to 70% of people leave their area to go to work every day. There is an enormous requirement for looking after commuters. Firstly, I think it sounds like your submission broadly agrees with Dr. Stone in terms of the other options, but what I wanted to come to is the government having decided to allocate $700 million and rising to car parks. What have you got to say about where, once it became clear where these car parks were going to be, what did that mean for your assessment of their public value?
Obviously, we felt that diminished their public value. Some of the areas that were allocated car parks already have significant bus services. Some even have trams in Melbourne. And yet in new suburbs in the outer growth areas, you can wait years for the buses to arrive. Bus shelters might be built as the suburb is developed, but we have an example of a community in Melbourne's northern suburbs waiting 11 years for the bus service to arrive. So we know that behaviours become embedded very quickly. So if people move into a new area and there's no bus service or there isn't sufficient car parking at the train station, it won't take long until that family decides to buy the second car and just embed that driving-based transport system in their lifestyle. So yeah, we just felt that there were many other deserving locations for commuter car parks, and the 10 or so in growth areas that were allocated were welcomed. But again, consultation with that council would have been really useful, because some of them could have been improved or slightly changed, or that would have allowed people to leverage that investment of the federal government to produce a better outcome.
All right, I'm keen to make sure we stay on time, so I might go to Senator Rice and then Senator Chandler.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Stone and Ms. Clark. Dr. Stone, I'll start with you. Can I start just by way of background what your experience and qualifications are in relation to transport policy?
I've worked in transport planning and understanding the politics of transport policy for more than 25 years, and I've worked at the University of Melbourne for 13 years, where my focus has been on international comparisons and understandings of what can be done to improve transport performance, both from an environmental, social and an economic perspective, and largely through how we can introduce connected, frequent and fast public transport systems into Australian cities. And that really becomes an institutional question rather than any sort of transport planning question. We know what to do, it's just how we manage to do it, and bringing together all tiers of government into that process. And the barriers to that has been a key focus of my work.
Thank you. And your submission was written written by half a dozen transport experts who, I presume, without going into all the details of those, are also very well qualified in this field.
That's right, yeah. And there are also people who've had extensive experience in practice as consultants and senior managers in state transport authorities.
Were you or any of those experts, or in fact any of the transport or urban planning experts that you know, approached by the government in relation to designing the Urban Congestion Fund?
No.
So they had time to approach Liberal candidates, but not experts in designing the fund.
Yeah, I'm not sure what advice was given to them by the department, but no, people know. We've published on the practice of car parking decisions leading up to the last election, so it's quite clear in the public realm that this was an issue that we had expertise in, but no, we didn't hear from anybody.
Yep. I mean, one of the principles of the Urban Congestion Fund, they say, is to be driven by evidence, where the selection and submission process and the design of projects would be based on addressing problems identified through an evidence-based process where the benefits of the project could be clearly defined, which certainly in your opening statement, in your submission, you clearly think that that's a good principle to have, to be driven by evidence. What would, I mean, do you believe that this commuter car park fund is driven by evidence?
No, and I think it's an example of very many of our projects which are selected on the basis of their appeal to a very simple view of the problem, that if you're stuck at a traffic light or you can't get a car park, the only way to fix it is to build wider roads or more car parks, and that the evidence doesn't support that. So I do feel that the evidence base for this project is very, very poorly considered.
Is there, I mean, from your work, is there an evidence base that they could draw upon? What would, in fact, good evidence-based policy with the design of the Urban Congestion Fund look like? You know, in relation, if you've got multi-billion dollars to be spending on reducing urban congestion.
Yeah, I think the first thing that you would do would be to look at people's success here and internationally in getting people. So the question that really has to be asked is, how do you give those people that Ms Clark represents access to the joys of city living, rather than how do you give them more mobility? And so accessibility has to be the key. And there's very many techniques developed in industry and in practice and in the academy which can help governments decide, if we put this there, what impact will that have on accessibility? There's very many models, very many tools that could be used to say, if we change the system in this way, how many more jobs will that make accessible within a certain amount of time? Where will we need to get people to hospitals? Where will we need to be able to get people to be able to interact with their families? And so all of those things can be modelled and can be, and expenditure can be measured. The impact of expenditure can be measured. It's a very well trodden field across the world.
Yeah. So the evidence base is there if the government had chosen to look at it. Is what you're saying.
Certainly, yes, and there would be very easy, particularly in a project with the huge funds that this is behind it, to spend a small amount of time gathering that evidence and weighing, as a planner, the basic question of planning is, we know where we want to get to, what is the best way of the competing options to get there? So you could do an exercise which said, let's compare the results of building more car parks with improving public transport options. We could very, very simply do that.
But instead, that didn't happen. One of the things that we were told at our last hearing that this didn't matter, that the department had in fact assessed these car parks that they were building as being of good value and of value for the government to invest in, because they'd been assessed as being acceptable and being positive using their benefit cost ratio tool that they'd developed. I understand that you've had an opportunity to look at that tool. Can you advise us as to your view as to whether that's, that in fact using that tool is meaningful in terms of determining that these car parks are good value for money?
Yes, I have, Senator. And the first thing I would say is that using a BCR tool, it's a common practice and it can be a useful way to approach it. But really, in any of these processes, the first step has to be to say, which option gives us the best BCR? So just to say that your BCR comes out greater than 1, so you're apparently getting value for money, doesn't say that's the way to get the best value for money. So unless you, as I say, planning by comparing options, then it's a relatively meaningless task. But to take that a little bit further, the question of the way we do benefit cost ratio tests for transport projects, it's fatally flawed, because I know from my experience and from people telling me this across practice that very often the induced traffic, as I said earlier, the traffic that is created by increasing supply, very often the proponent of a project will ask the modeller to take out the step in the process which measures induced traffic. So I'm not sure whether that's happened in this case, but I know that can be common practice. The second thing is that these projects, these BCRs, rely on adding up apparent time savings. And even if you do that by measuring the induced demand and you maybe have a smaller time saving, those time savings get measured in very small amounts. So somebody might take a minute or 5 minutes, depending on the length of their travel. They might have a very short time saving, which in the scheme of people's lives probably doesn't mean very much. So an extra 5 minutes, maybe it's a little bit longer to get the kids into the car, but it's not really making all that much difference. But what the process of BCRs in Australia does is wrap all those 5 minutes up together and come up with a huge number and then multiply that by probably the CEO's wages rather than the minimum wage, and comes up with a huge number, which looks very attractive, but in real terms is not very useful and not very meaningful. And then the last thing I'd say about BCRs is that if we included the health benefits of getting people out of cars, and I know that this has been done through Austroads, and the Art Foundation has brought together a lot of experts to be able to produce this work. But what's really clear is that if you factor in the health benefits of getting people out of their cars, getting people a little bit of activity in their day, walking to the bus or whatever it might be, those health benefits outweigh those artificially inflated time savings by orders of magnitude. But we don't yet include those in the formal process. So just to conclude, a BCR on its own is useless unless you're using it to compare, and the process that we use for BCRs in Australia is fundamentally flawed. So really, to produce one is to say, I hope this is going to work, but really it's just relying on, you're going back to the populism that
So
underpins
just in summary,
this project.
so we've got a program that is not based on evidence, and then when they're assessing it, they're using a completely flawed tool to assess the effectiveness of what they've actually delivered.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Stone.
Thanks, Senator Rice. I might go to Senator Chandler now. There she is.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you both for coming along today and for providing your testimony to the committee. I have a few questions first for Dr. Stone and then for the National Growth Areas Alliance. But first of all, Dr. Stone, is it your submission that that the 48 commuter car parks that have been funded under the UCF are not going to reduce congestion on our roads?
In any sort of longer term, they will not. They may make a very, very small difference in the short term, but for the investment that you're proposing here, or that you've started to invest here, it really is not going to make any significant difference. In fact, it probably in the longer term will make congestion worse.
So do you believe that this shift that we're seeing over time from passengers using road methods of transport to rail is going to reduce congestion either?
Well, congestion is an equilibrium. You don't get rid of it completely because a city that's functioning well has lots of people wanting to go lots of places. That's your measure of success. So you're always going to have people wanting to get places, and if people want to get places at the same time of the day, then there's going to be congestion. It's how you manage that, how you give people alternatives, how you minimise those problems. And so the idea that somehow magically congestion will go away at some point in the future is an illusion.
Okay. I want to get your view on the alternative argument, though, which is that congestion is a problem that we need to tackle. What is your view on the statement that a lack of car parking at train stations is emerging as an unwanted impediment to efforts to tackle traffic congestion, which costs the nation about $16 billion a year in lost productivity?
Well, I think that productivity number is something that, as I was explaining in the previous answer, is something that perhaps is inflated. But the question of whether this project best gives people the option of leaving their car at home, is this the best way to get the best value out of the big investments that we're making in our big cities in rail upgrades? My argument is that this is not the best way because the car parks can only ever serve a very small proportion of the people who would want to be on the train. If you want to get everybody being able to drive to the station, you would bury every station precinct in parking. So the option has to be, how do we get more people to these stations by alternatives to the car? And that has to be, because that's where the biggest growth potential is in being able to get people to the station. So really to put all your eggs in the car park basket is to fly in the face of international and local experience.
So that quote that I just read out, you said you didn't think that $16 billion in lost productivity stat was accurate?
I think I think you would have to go back to the methodologies that are used, but I would assume that it does take up those small increments in time and multiply them in ways which do tend to mislead. So I think there are problems in people not being able to get where they need to go in the time that they have available, sure. But I would question, and I have questioned in the past, the exact costing of that.
That $16 billion a year statistic was referenced in a media release from Anthony Albanese in October 2018. Do you know where he got the statistic from?
I'm not sure exactly, but I know that it's the sort of thing that the Productivity Commission and people like that do produce from time to time. And I do know that those methodologies are based on things which I think do tend to overestimate the impact.
Do you think, Dr. Stone, that we have a public transport parking crisis?
I don't think we have a crisis in getting people to have alternatives to using their car, and so I don't think framing it as a car park crisis, parking crisis. I think that the crisis is bigger than that. The crisis is that we have over 50 years built a system which forces people into reliance on a car and therefore pressures on our climate, pressures on children's health from air pollution and so on. So the crisis is over-dependence on the car.
Looking at how we solve that problem, though, I mean, it's up to state governments to manage their public transport systems. So what, particularly given in your submission, you advocate for bus services rather than train networks, what role do you think there is for the Commonwealth in trying to plan these networks? I mean, is there really a precedent for the Commonwealth to involve themselves in answering these questions beyond the policies that we have seen here through the congestion reduction policies?
Oh, absolutely, Senator. I think if Commonwealth and state governments took the climate emergency seriously in terms of the impact on the transport sector, where we need to focus in the transport sector, then governments would be working together to say, how do we get people to be using cars less? And that can be done. The Commonwealth's contribution to that can be in many ways. There are capital works that are needed to improve bus services. There are capital works needed to improve station precincts, to improve safe access by people in public transport, cycling and walking. There are ways that the Commonwealth could encourage more effective use of bus resources. There's the role that the Commonwealth can play in accelerating the transition to electric buses. There's very many ways that the Commonwealth can be involved, but I think the problem with this project is that it has identified the wrong target. The target needs to be reducing the impact of cars in our transport system.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stone. I have a few questions for Ms. Clark now. Ms. Clark, my understanding is that you are supportive of the concept of congestion reduction projects and commuter car parks.
Yes, that's correct.
I was just about to say sorry, but nods don't show up on the Hansard. Thank you for that. Did you make any submissions or suggestions to either the government or the opposition in 2018 and 2019 about congestion projects and commuter car parks you'd like to see funded?
We had made recommendations through our budget submission process and through correspondence with the Minister. I don't believe there are any specific commuter car parks on those lists. They were more road infrastructure projects.
Yeah.
So a lot of our members had not identified car parks at train stations, commuter car parks, as a priority in their local strategies.
Mm-hmm. Did any of the councils you represent receive any commitment from the opposition as part of Anthony Albanese's Park and Ride Fund?
I will have to check that.
If you could take that on notice.
Yep, certainly.
That would be really useful. Just looking at some of the submissions from other councils, have you read any of the other submissions from councils to this inquiry?
Yes, I've read them, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, Maroondah City Council and Cardinia Shire Council have both advocated for car parking in the past. I mean, do you think that these councils are wrong to say that they need these car parks in their municipalities?
No, not at all. We think that those that were funded in growth areas, and I can only speak to growth areas, which includes Cardinia, includes City of Casey, who received some funding, Penrith, and others in the Northern Line in Melbourne. It's welcome funding,
Yep.
No doubt about that. But there are another, I would say at least 18, 19 municipalities across Australia who are in the same position as those councils. They have population growth at double the national average. You know, nationally 140,000 people move to new suburbs each year, and none of them received commuter car park funding. And so the main thing is that we say it's a bit of a missed opportunity to allocate that funding to where it was most desperately needed.
Okay, thank you very much for that testimony, Ms. Clark. That's all from me, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Chandler. I might just, Ms Clark, I meant to ask this before, but are there... I think you've been critical of the... well, you, like Dr Stone, have pointed to there being more important policy alternatives in addition to, when considering the best use of public money to reduce commuter travel time, but also criticised the allocation of the car parks as not being, I think, a rational way of allocating the car parks. Does the allocation itself have other problems in terms of cutting off? So it's one thing to criticise them as being poor value for money, and some other defects that have been pointed to, but do they cut off other options for councils? Once they've been built, does it make it harder to build infrastructure or to provide solutions that actually do provide value for money?
Well, each case will be different, but I believe that is the case in some areas. And I think the biggest barrier councils are facing now is due to that lack of consultation, and there's no clear owner of some of the projects. And so state government, sometimes the funding announced was insufficient to build fit for purpose car parks. And so then other funding needed to be sourced, which leads to, as it should, a number of parties being involved in the construction and delivery of the car parks, but without a clear owner. And so, some councils are now, in this sort of chase of trying to find out who's taking the lead on particular projects. And some of them, there was one, for example, which was allocated, funding was announced, but then it was allocated as a level crossing removal site by the state government in Victoria. And, another one where an arterial road was being duplicated. So, the car park space was actually going to be on a road at some point in the future. So it was that lack of clarity and consultation, which sort of makes us think, was the purpose of this to simply build car parks or to improve accessibility to public transport for people, particularly in growth areas?
Yes, and normally Commonwealth engagement in those sort of projects, there'd be, if you had a proper local engagement with councils, firstly, the projects that would be selected would be suitable, but it wouldn't cut across other infrastructure.
Correct.
Or planning, and it is an intrusion into that local planning process. It sort of drops a rock into that pond in a way that has knock-on consequences for other infrastructure that local government might be planning to do in terms of reducing, commuter time.
Correct, it can. When these things come as a surprise, like all levels of government, you'd like to think that there's significant planning and thought go into these decisions. And as Dr. Stone pointed out, and as other submissions pointed out, all councils have their local transport strategies, and a lot of time and effort goes into them. And so then to have some of their priorities overlooked by this process, or for them to be announced as a surprise without consultation, it can derail other works, and it can just create a whole new field of work within that council, to which resources need to be allocated to then coordinate chasing additional funding or revising council's own works programs.
Okay, I think Senator Rice has one last question.
Thanks, Ms Clark, because I realise I had questions to you that I omitted to ask in my previous go. Your submission notes the need to coordinate project planning and investment with all levels of government, as you've just been saying, and notes how the process of the distribution of funds was never made clear to recipients, and how in May 2018 you sought clarification on how local government could best work with the federal government to ensure the fund would be allocated to projects most likely to bust congestion in Australian cities. I mean, and again, as we were just discussing, given that the principles of the Urban Congestion Fund talk about, potentially having matching funding from state, territory or local governments, driven by evidence, in partnership with other stakeholders, supporting wider urban development, you would think that they would want to do that. I mean, what response did you get to that approach in May 2018?
To that approach, we just received a response that we could always send in projects to the Minister for his consideration, which we do regularly. We always identify projects, but we weren't given any, clear process that we could follow. So it became clear to us that perhaps this wasn't, and Commonwealth Government has that right to not run open, competitive processes, and that's fine. But we would have at least liked a better conversation with the department who were putting forward projects and the Minister on exactly what the process was for making decisions about which projects were funded.
So basically, you had the opportunity to submit projects into that black box of the ministerial decision-making process, but no process that, as you've been just discussing, reflects those principles or the desirability of local government to be working cooperatively and collaboratively with state and federal governments.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Rice. Thanks, Ms Clark and Dr Stone, for your evidence and for your written submissions. I don't think that there are any questions on, or was there one? Actually, I should. I think in any case, questions on notice are due as I scramble for my papers on Friday the 19th of November. Thank you both, and we'll move on to the next witnesses now.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from Parking Australia and from the Public Transport Users Association. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And we might start with Mr Norman.
Stuart Norman, the CEO of Parking Australia.
Thank you. And then Mr Morton. Dr Morton, who's on mute, I think, Dr Morton.
My apologies. Dr Tony Morton, President of the Public Transport Users Association. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dr Morton. And Mr Tampion.
Good morning. My name's Cameron Tampion and I'm a researcher with the Public Transport Users Association.
Thanks very much. I now invite you each to make a short opening statement, and we might start with the with Parking Australia.
Thank you, Chair. With more than 20 million registered motor vehicles in Australia, of which 17.5 million are either passenger or light commercial vehicles, parking is a vital part of the country's transport network. And this is why when the government announced the commuter car park program in 2019, Parking Australia was pleased that for the first time a federal government was being active in providing what is necessary for millions of Australians on a daily basis. Now, Parking Australia is a peak body for the parking industry, and we were founded in 1986 as an outcome of the Capital City Lord Mayoral Conference. And we have members from all across different segments of the parking industry, including councils, private operators, airports, universities, entertainment facilities, parking hardware and software providers. Unfortunately, while the concept of the commuter car parks is incredibly sound, which will reduce congestion and emissions by encouraging people to take public transport, the administration of the program has been poor at best. It's ironic that at the last election, and since the last election, we've heard the tagline, technology, not taxes, hundreds of times. Yet the government is overseeing a car park program which includes little to no technology, while costing the taxpayer up to 522% more than it should. At the time when the government is promoting choice and technology, the commuter car park program is providing neither. As per the government's policies, they should be ensuring that technology is installed to provide the commuter with choice, an informed choice about their transport before they leave home. And such technology will reduce congestion and emissions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr Norman. And from the Public Transport Users Association?
Now, I'd actually like to start by pointing out that the Urban Congestion Fund also directs a lot of funding towards roads as well as car parks. So it's worth considering the merits of that expenditure too. Governments of all stripes have spent billions and billions of dollars on roads trying to get rid of congestion, only for it to keep getting worse. So the old definition of insanity probably applies by now, because we keep getting the same result from doing that same thing over and over, despite it promising the opposite. The reality is that congestion is a fact of life in big cities, and nowhere in the world has succeeded in getting rid of it. But some cities have done better at getting on with life despite it. That is, there's lower per capita congestion costs in cities with extensive public transport systems. It's not that they've totally eliminated congestion, but that public transport, with its own right of way, lets people avoid congestion and not add to it. And that lets economies grow with less traffic than they'd otherwise have. On the other hand, cars have insatiable appetite for space, as shown in figure S1 in the supplementary material we've provided today. Space in cities is obviously very limited, and putting it under asphalt means we can't use it for housing or sporting fields or native habitat or any other activity we're struggling to find space for. Transport delays aren't just about space per passenger though. There's some fundamental differences between how roads and public transport work. Roads are mostly about the capital asset, as in build it and they'll come. Public transport is more about service delivery, a little bit like schools or hospitals. That is, students wouldn't learn much if they had to wait an hour for their teacher every class. Similarly, public transport's not very good at attracting people out of their cars if passengers have to wait an hour for a connecting service. So poor connections are a key pinch point for public transport. Another big difference is what higher usage means for existing users. The chart on the left of figure S2 of the supplementary materials shows what happens to traffic speeds when traffic volumes rise. The more cars means everyone's delayed. The chart on the right, on the other side there, shows what happens when public transport frequencies respond to patronage. More services for more people mean higher frequencies and less delay. And that's a crucial lesson if we're serious about addressing congestion. Now, a moment ago I said that build it and they'll come, and that's very true in transport. Commuters are fairly pragmatic and they'll use what is made attractive to use. And for decades, that's been roads and cars at the expense of active and public transport. You get the traffic you build for. So making driving more attractive means more people drive. And that could be new journeys, it could be longer journeys, or there could be journeys that used to be on other modes like public transport, as shown in figures S3 and S4 of the supplementary materials. So when you draw people away from those other modes, they're left to decline, and then even more people abandon them, and you get a vicious circle of rising traffic and fewer ways to avoid it. So this doesn't just apply to the roads themselves, but also to car parking, which is one of the biggest factors in whether people choose to drive or use other transport. So in other words, encouraging people to drive and park somewhere draws them away from walking and riding and feeder services, and you get that vicious cycle of more cars and poor access to the location if you can't drive. So providing that parking takes up valuable space around the stations that could be developed in other ways. It's obviously an extreme case, but examples of over $200,000 per space have appeared in the media in recent days. A handful of spaces at that cost could cover the life cycle cost of a bus that could run numerous trips past the station every day with room for dozens of passengers each time. There's also a range of modest capital expenditures that would improve the passenger experience, such as those recommended in our submission or that I heard Dr. Stone describe earlier this morning. And I'll leave it at that.
Thanks very much, Mr. Tampin. Dr. Morton, do you have an additional?
I would only add, Chair and Senators, that when we look at alternative ways of getting people to public transport in cities like Melbourne and Sydney and Australia's capital cities. I think you would say that giving people a car park would be a no-brainer if we could readily identify lots of vacant land near stations and simply paint some parking spaces on that land and provide that at very low cost. Unfortunately, as Mr. Tampion has outlined, that doesn't really reflect the reality in most urban locations. And so we've had the situation where, if you look back to 1969 to the Melbourne Transportation Plan, they identified back in 1969 that there was a huge demand for car parking at railway stations. We have since 1969 increased the provision of car parking at stations fivefold. The rate of increase of station parking has been twice as fast as the growth in population in Melbourne, and yet we are still finding that car parking is oversubscribed. It's really a case where the supply induces its own demand, as Mr. Tampion has said. The law of traffic congestion also applies to the supply of car parking. Ultimately, while it's important to have a certain level of car parking to provide an option for people to get to railway stations, the heavy lifting also needs to be done by alternative forms of transport. We need the feeder buses, we need the walking and cycling facilities, and the problem with an excessive focus on car parking is that, as has been alluded earlier today, in other evidence, the money that's spent on station car parks can divert funding from the alternatives that can be more effective in delivering people to railway services all day long.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Morton. Mr. Norman, I was struck by your claim on behalf of the organisation that in some cases the Commonwealth spent over 500% more. Can you take the committee through what sits behind that claim and then I'll have some questions, I think, for you about what's driven that. What's driven the Commonwealth to make those kind of decisions?
Sure. That figure and the figures of the price of the car parks comes from the Auditor General's report, which was put before Senate estimates. Budget estimates. So there's the report there from the Auditor General states the cost of some of these car parks. As I've made comments publicly before, these costs, I define them very hard to be justified. Very hard to be justified, given the Auditor General also put a benchmark of 3 types of car parks per the price per space. Two of those benchmarks, in our view, are correct. There's a third one which we think is a little bit under, and that is the building of multi-storey car parks adjacent to train lines, which probably is a bit under because those car parks have to be built stronger in case of a train derailment taking out the pillars, and therefore they cost more. We think it would cost a minimum of 25% more for multi-storey adjacent to train lines, but the ones that are not adjacent and ground level, the figures produced by the Auditor General would seem very much on the money.
And is that uplift in costs just the inevitable result of a politically driven process? That is, if you went through a proper planning process, you would identify those costs, identify alternatives and have a rational approach to the allocation of car parks?
Not exactly, no. And the reason that the costs have ballooned in many cases is actually not the federal government's fault. It's the state governments who are building these as program partners. Now, I believe out of this that the states, especially in Victoria, have not received the scrutiny that has been required. And I'll give you one example to be very clear. Berwick. Now, Berwick in the Auditor General's report came through at $115,000 per space. I am aware, a Parking Australia member did quote for that job, and it was under $30,000 a space. Now, the state government should be really held to account to justify why they're charging the feds $115,000, and even in the Auditor General's report, it looks like they might need more money. Now, it's not just the federal government's problem about the cost. The states, in some cases, and even the councils could be making these costs exorbitant.
I'm a bit confused.
It doesn't dissolve the federal government's responsibility and administration of this, that there are benchmark figures, and if they can't be built to those benchmark figures and give the taxpayer bang for the buck, basically.
Yes, I'm a bit confused about the apportionment of responsibility that you've just gone through there. It was the Commonwealth that chose the site for each of these car parks. Yes.
Yes.
And the Commonwealth's that ultimately responsible for. They've determined the sites ahead of any due diligence process or finalisation of contracts. So they bear the responsibility, don't they, for cost blowouts in that circumstance?
They ultimately hold responsibility because they're paying the bill, yes.
Well, more than paying the bill, they've circumscribed the choice, haven't they? They've made it by promising a car park in a particular venue without going through that, what I'd loosely call a due diligence process, but I'm sure people in the planning industry have got had set it out differently, but without going through a rational process to determine the sites. That puts the Commonwealth in a position where A, it's not necessarily the most rational choice, and B, they're exposed in terms of costs from that moment on, aren't they?
I would agree with you that they were exposed. I will also agree that the initial funding for the projects was pretty much on the mark.
The initial funding, yes,
But
yes.
The initial funding. What I will say in addition to this is the initial funding is with around the benchmark costs as outlined by the Auditor General. But these shouldn't be car parks at any cost. I mean, the federal government could have quite easily, when given the quotes from the state government, clearly walked away because they said, no, we've allocated this amount of money and that is exorbitant, so we're just not going to build it.
Well, and they have walked away from some of the, after promising some of these projects, they have walked away. Mm-hmm. That's the case, isn't it?
Yep.
So not all the promised projects are being delivered. Some of them have been abandoned because it's become too unreal.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them won't commence construction until 2026, 2027. That's also true, isn't it?
That's correct.
It's absolutely announcement and then not delivery, isn't it?
You could frame it that way, and I could see why you could frame it that way. I would say that they were announced without...
And did you listen to...
with the needed scrutiny on those sites.
And you would have listened earlier to the evidence, I think, previously from the organisation that represented councils in the fast growth areas. I mean, your organisation's Parking Australia. I listened to the public transport advocates a moment ago who aren't as sold on car parks. I assume you are sold on them. So putting that difference of opinion aside, I think by the sounds of it there would be agreement that where car parks were being allocated, they should be allocated to, in the most rational way. Did you have... You heard Ms. Clark's evidence about her disappointment that that none of the car parks are allocated to those fast growth areas, and there was a concentration in the sort of inner and middle belt.
In the marginal seats.
Have you got anything to say about where, other priorities for where car parks should have been allocated?
Well, I'll first of all correct that none were built in the growth areas. There were a number in the growth areas.
Yeah,
there were
marginal seats in some of the growth areas too, Mr. Norman. That's true.
That's true. There were a range of stations announced inner, middle, and outer Melbourne, especially, and also in Sydney. The selection of the sites really required greater scrutiny. And let me give you one example. Glenferrie Station in Hawthorn, pre-COVID, had 11,000 people go through that station per day. 93% of people who access Glenferrie Station are by foot. It's right next to a university. Putting a car park in an area where there's 93% of people get to that station who walk is really building a car park. Remind you, this was to be free with no access control, no payment. Effectively, what that car park would have been used is by shoppers in Glenferrie Road, Hawthorn, not by people catching the train.
Yes, thank you. I might hand over to Senator Rice, and I assume Senator Chandler's got questions as well.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for your evidence today, Mr. Norman, and Dr. Morton and Mr. Tampion. Look, I'll start with you, Mr. Norman. So we've had a bit of discussion so far this morning about the poor process, and in fact in your opening statement you said the admin was poor, and essentially you're an advocate for good well-designed car parking. Was Parking Australia consulted at all in the beginning of the development of the Commuter Car Park Fund?
No, we read first about these car parks in the press. I then went, that was during the election campaign. Following that, I approached Minister Tudge's office for a meeting where I and two members of our board, one an experienced car park operator in the private sector and also a technology provider, we sat down with the then Minister and outlined what we believed would be best practice to make these car parks be as effective as possible to reach the goal of reducing congestion.
And so when was that meeting with Minister Tudge?
It was in May 2019.
Right. And so you offered your expertise as to, here's how you could actually develop and design car parks using an evidence base of your expertise. So what response did you get to that offer?
Thank you. A subsequent two meetings then with the Minister, and we also had the Minister speak at a Parking Australia event called the Commuter Car Park Forum, where the Minister spoke, and we also had other transport experts, not just parking experts, but transport experts talk about the virtue of commuter car parking. And we then talked about what we saw the opportunities for the industry and how the industry could avail themselves in some ways of these funds to provide the best possible outcome for the motorist and the commuter.
So do you feel that those offers were taken on board? Has your expertise been used in the development and the design of the fund?
No, we've been completely ignored by the former Minister and the current Minister.
Completely ignored, you feel? So,
yes, well, our recommendations around technology, not just of the software of access. One of the meetings we had with the former Minister was with one of our members who builds what we call relocatable car parks, which is prefab car parks using some brilliant technology, and I won't get into the minutiae of that technology, but that technology means they can be built quicker, built cheaper, and built a lot more environmentally friendly by using up to 30% less concrete. Yet on any of these projects, brilliant Australian expertise based out of Western Australia has been completely ignored.
Okay, so I mean, given that the one of the principles of the Urban Congestion Fund, of which the Commuter Car Park Fund is a part of that, is to be driven by evidence, where it says the selection and submission process and the design of projects would be based on addressing problems identified through an evidence-based process where the benefits of the project could be clearly defined. Do you feel this has been an evidence-based process?
No. Thank
you. My questions to the Public Transport Users Association. Can you just give us a bit of background as to what your expertise is in this area of public transport planning in urban areas?
Thank you, Senator. I guess if we can explain the role of the Public Transport Users Association, we're a voluntary community group founded in 1976 to advocate on behalf of the users of public transport and for environmentally sustainable public and active transport primarily in Victoria, where we are based. We draw on expertise of people in academia and in government planning, those like Dr. Stone, who spoke earlier, and also, of course, the late Dr. Paul Mees, who was quite an influential presence in the organisation in the past. Drawing on their expertise and our own experience as public transport users and observations of public transport systems here and overseas, we formulate policy positions that are designed to be evidence-based and reflect how good public transport, in particular, operates both in Australia and in overseas cities.
So you've got over 40 years of both developed that expertise, but also 40 years of listening to the community in terms of transport. I presume that you're often drawn upon to be, your advice is sought and you're consulted with on a range of projects in those over 40 years?
Senator, we do speak regularly to the transport ministers in Victoria, to transport operators, to people in local government around recommendations for transport solutions.
So if, the government's got a multi-billion-dollar urban congestion fund that they say is driven by evidence, that it's encouraging innovation, including, in partnership with private sector stakeholders, with the community, including ensuring that projects complement city deals and urban redevelopment projects, would you expect to have seen a process that involved consultation with organisations like your own in order to ensure that that urban congestion fund was, designed in the best way that it could be?
Indeed, Senator, we a strong part of our policy position over decades has been urban transport planning processes that involve the community in more than a tokenistic way, that actually bring together, as has been done following the examples of places like the Greater Vancouver District in Canada and many European and North American transport bodies that, for example, have user representation on their boards, involve the public in their regular meetings, invite public submissions on policy proposals and other matters. That kind of process, in this case, we believe could have led to a community co-design process that would look at access to railway stations and determine a suitable balance of whether it's car parking, feeder buses, other transport modes to get to stations that would have the support of communities, local government, and operators of those transport systems.
So were you consulted at all? Have you been consulted at any stage during the process of the Urban Congestion Fund or the Commuter Car Park Fund?
We have not been invited to provide input to the federal government on that on the use of that fund. No.
And presumably you're in contact with other similar advocacy organisations around the country. Do you know whether any of those have been invited to contribute to, their expertise to the federal government?
We certainly have our sister organisations in New South Wales, Queensland, and South Australia. To our knowledge, they've not been invited to discuss that in detail with the federal government.
Okay. So I presume you'd agree that, despite the claim that the Urban Congestion Fund would be driven by evidence, your submission says that it hasn't been. Where do you think things should go from here? What should happen if you were to have a fund that was driven by evidence? We've now got $4 billion, I think, allocated to this fund, of only which a small proportion has been spent. So there's a lot more money yet to be spent. We've got a federal election coming up within the next 6 months. How would you like to see that, the remaining money in the Urban Congestion Fund that's now in the budget, decisions being made on that?
Yes, unfortunately, Senator, as you pointed out, time is against us when it looks at the best uses of that fund. Otherwise, we'd be inviting the federal government to look at what was almost a model process that the Victorian government actually went through in 2001 around their transport strategy. Unfortunately, it didn't, in that case, lead directly to outcomes because of the things that happened in that process at a late stage. But initially, there was certainly a good deal of consultation with that was taking into account a diverse range of views, including from citizen jury type processes. In this case, unfortunately, we're probably lacking the time and resources for that kind of process to be engaged in. Although I guess a few years ago there would have been the opportunity for that. At this stage, probably the best way to progress this in a timely manner would be to have identify perhaps an independent expert panel that could advise the federal government on suitable evidence-based uses for the remaining funds.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Just before I go to Senator Chandler, Mr. Norman, there's not a lot of time left to go, but I just wondered if you could briefly, on the technology point, you say that there's advances in technology, and this is technology, I assume, that has been invented, as opposed to, I think, the Prime Minister's position in another policy area to rely upon technology that hasn't been invented yet. What are you talking about that in terms of its advantages and what it does in terms of cost? Just briefly.
Chair, I'm assuming you're talking about more the car park technology than the building technology?
Yes.
Okay. On the car park technology, it's already being used in the private sector right around Australia. The key point here is we're not against public transport. We want people to be able to make an informed decision and make their own personal choice about what works for them. But the best way to make that choice is to have that information for you at home before you choose to make your journey. Now, this is quite simple. For as little as $1,000 a space, you can take the information of location, whether that car park is vacant or full. You can put it to signage, you can put it to existing state transport apps, to existing state transport websites, and give the person at home the ability to choose about, are there parks at that station? Will I go? So that's the technology we're talking about. It's not overly expensive. It's used all over the place. You look at the City of Adelaide's U-Park facility. They already have this. You can go onto the City of Adelaide's website and see how many car parks are available in the City of Adelaide's multi-storey car parks before you leave home. It's easy.
And in terms of the other issues of cost in the construction, in your experience, there are building companies that have car park building experience. I think you say in your submission that the awarding of projects to builders, architects and consultants that do not have experience in the design or delivery of the projects is a major concern. And then you go on to say, in one instance, funding was provided to a builder who didn't undertake a tender process, but the project was awarded to another builder who wanted to charge more than 3 times what other submissions had quoted. What's happened there?
That's around the Victorian government and the level crossing removal program and the issuing then given of the building of the car park to the builders of the level crossing.
Because there's a relationship in some of these between the level crossing projects and the awarding of the, so they're in the same place. So there's been a decision to group to make them joint projects, has there? Effectively.
Well, you would think that would bring some economy of scale, but evidence shows that it hasn't.
Yeah, okay. Senator Chandler. Thanks, Mr. Norman.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Norman and Dr. Morton for coming along today. My first questions are to Mr. Norman. Earlier in your submission and in your evidence today, you said that states and councils need to be held to account for cost blowouts. Why is it that you think they aren't controlling their costs, and what could the federal government do to ensure better cost discipline?
Thank you, Senator Chandler, and that's a good question. Let me start at the federal level where the money is being allocated and work the way down the building process. And it really is a building process. And this is where I think the government have let themselves down in this process. And it falls back on the department as much as anything else. With the federal government providing this funding, there should have been some clear specifications and a better framework set out to hold the councils and the states who are the partners, and they are the program deliverers. So the federal government is providing the funding, yes, but in any building process, the people who are doing the investment really should be able to set the specifications not only of technology, but also the specifications in costs. And if those costs get blown out, well, I'm sorry, but value for taxpayer would suggest that the federal government should walk away. Because when it should cost $40,000 a space, and the Victorian government through the level crossing removal program and their builders come back with 115, to deliver a car park that could have been built in the 1970s, and yet the federal, this is now the problem. The states come back to the feds and go, oh, we'll build you this car park, it's going to cost $115,000 a space. And the federal government go, fine, we'll give you more money. Why? With no condition on that additional funding to give a better outcome. It's just ludicrous.
Mr. Norman, you've criticised the Glen Ferry commuter car park project. Have you read the submission of the local council into this inquiry? I think it's Burundara.
Burundara, no, I haven't.
Okay. I note that they obviously said in their submission that the car parks in their LGA are consistent with their strategic priorities. So I guess my question to you would be, if you've criticised the car park, why do you think it's part of council's strategic priorities?
If you're a local government and you've been offered money to build car parks and it's in line with your council's strategic priorities, of course you're going to accept it. Now, needless to say, a car park wherever it is proposed, I'm not opposed to that. What I do suggest is that the evidence around the users of the Glen Ferry station doesn't mean that Glen Ferry really should be a priority when it comes to the commuter car parks. I know the area, I live in the area. That car park would be great when I want to go to the movies and go to Safeway. But the key point on Glenferrie is 93% of people walk. There are 2 trams. The need for some of these commuter car parks don't get me wrong, I think commuter car parks are great and they should be built and funded and put in places of need. I just question the need level of Glenferrie.
Okay. I assume you're aware that Labor in opposition committed to 24 of their own commuter car parks in the lead up to the 2019 federal election. Do you think that these would have been effective in reducing congestion as well?
In general, yes. I mean, it does come back to where they are located. Now, I've listened to a lot of the public transport advocates and transport planners, and I have a history of working and representing bus operators in my professional life as well. The fact is, Australians drive cars, and this utopia that Australians are not going to drive cars is fanciful. So, commuter car parks make sense. Putting them in the right places is very important. And I don't even have a problem with local members suggesting where they should be. But if local member does suggest a commuter car park in that area, that needs to be put under some scrutiny, not just handed. So from the point that they're announced, there should be greater scrutiny, greater accountability, better administration to deliver these for the benefit of the users and also the Australian taxpayer.
Mm-hmm. But the councils are making submissions to this process as well and saying that the car parks are, like I said, in alignment with their strategic priorities.
Sure. Well, of course they are. I mean, the money's being offered. What do you think? They're just going to turn it down and say, no, sorry, we won't take the money?
Okay. I think I might just pivot to Dr. Morton because I'm interested in his views on this question as well around the benefit of commuter car parks generally to reduce congestion and the fact that the opposition made similar commitments in the lead up to the 2019 election. Do you think that these would have been effective in reducing congestion, Dr. Morton?
Senator, I think our association accepts that commuter car parks can make sense when they're in the right places, in particular where they're not likely to alienate more valuable land uses, where they can be provided for at reasonable cost, certainly as Mr Norman says, for $40,000 a space or less, rather than anything in excess of that. But generally, commuter car parks are not a substitute for alternative measures that are actually more effective and are accepted by more people when we look at best practice overseas, for example, and even in other cities around Australia. To access railway stations. Whether car parks reduce congestion is it's definitely a contested issue. Generally speaking, it's very difficult to actually reduce congestion as compared to preventing congestion from growing further, which is what we do when we provide more infrastructure for cars generally. But what they can do in certain cases is provide an access option. But when we're looking at what does the heavy lifting in allowing large numbers of people to move around an urban area in a way that doesn't add to traffic congestion, it's really about having public transport-based solutions for getting access to public transport, which means that it's not just about car parks. It needs to be about having suitable bus networks, cycling networks, walking networks to allow people to access stations without adding to congestion.
If I could,
Morton,
sorry, I was just going to add some information.
Of course, Mr. Tapping.
Sorry, Senator. Now, there is certainly some evidence around that people using those car parks at the station actually would have gone to that station anyway by some other means in many cases. So So in terms of the premise of someone driving to the station would have definitely driven all the way to their destination, that premise doesn't necessarily hold. In fact, you see a lot of the time it's just shifting from access method, and I hope my dog's not drowning me out there. Another point is I'd make in terms of the consistency with local government's own plans, taking the Bentley car park as an example, the local council for that area, Glen Ira, put out a statement very much, supportive of the fact that they're building a car park there. But it was premised also not just on commuters, but on parking for the activity centre, so people going to the shops and so on there as well. So yeah, maybe it is quite consistent with what councils would like to see, but that's not necessarily consistent with good public transport planning and providing more effective and congestion busting, if you like, access options.
And again, to the PTUA, speaking of those alternative methods of busting congestion, the Urban Congestion Fund combines both commuter car park projects and road projects as well. Do you think the road projects through the UCF will be effective in reducing congestion?
Senator, I might hand to Mr. Tampion on that one.
Of course.
The evidence would suggest otherwise. Certainly the bulk of evidence around the world is that if you build more roads and expand your roads, get more traffic, and you're undermining the alternatives that would provide access and mobility without adding to congestion. So it doesn't seem to me that the road projects funded under the Urban Congestion Fund will reduce congestion, certainly in the long term. You might get a short-term sugar hit, but eventually, as Dr. Stone was describing earlier, a return to an equilibrium. And that equilibrium is very much set by the quality and the standard of the alternatives to that road. And the very act of providing that road often undermines those alternatives. So no, I would not be hopeful of those roads providing enduring congestion relief.
Yeah. Indeed, Senator, I think we find that it's very difficult to find any evidence anywhere in the world where an increase in road capacity has caused congestion to reduce. But we see plenty of examples where the reverse has occurred, where the increase in capacity has actually made congestion worse. And I could point to the celebrated example of the Katy Freeway in Houston, Texas, which was, it's been progressively widened to about 25 lanes each way. The most recent lanes were added about 2 years ago, and travel times along that road were actually greater 6 months after those lanes were put in than they were previously.
Okay. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you. Sorry, I've gone a little over time.
No, thank you, Senator Chandler, and thank you to those witnesses. I don't think there are any questions taken on notice, but in the event that you've been asked to provide additional information, the due date is Friday the 19th of November. Thank you for your written submissions and for the discussion this morning. That's been very helpful. The committee will now suspend for a short break and resume at 10:50am. As opposed to 10:50 p.m, which would have been. Welcome Professor Richard Mulligan, Mr Tony Harris and representatives from the Centre for Public Integrity. Before we commence, I did indicate at the outset that we'll stop shortly before 11 o'clock for a minute's silence, and then we'll also stop because we have one of the committee who's in South Australia at 11:30. So just indicate that to witnesses so that you know what's happening. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might start with Professor Mulligan if I can. Professor Mulligan, can you hear us? Can you hear anything that you might have to Might have to get a message through to Professor Mulgan to turn his volume up and to unmute possibly. I need a little sign that I can hold up. Mr. Wheely.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Anthony Wheely, QC. I'm a retired judge of the New South Wales Court of Appeal, and I'm appearing today in my capacity as the Chair of the Centre for Public Integrity.
Thank you. And Mr. Harris? And you'll have to unmute too.
I will. Thank you for that. Tony Harris, I think a superannuated public servant would best describe my position.
I'm very pleased to hear it. Thank you. And Ms. Williams?
So my name is Catherine Williams, Chair. I'm Research Director at the Centre for Public Integrity.
Now, how are we going with Professor Mulgan? Can we get you online? I think you'll have to unmute if you can hear us now. We're having some trouble with your audio. We can't hear you coming through. What I might do is ask the other witnesses to make some short opening statements, and we'll come back to you, Professor Mulgan, and see if those issues have been resolved. I might start with you, Mr. Harris, if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I looked at the grants website the other day to find there are 125 grant schemes. I know that the car park is an investment scheme and not a grant scheme, but there are 125 grant schemes still open for application. And I think that would amount to some billions of dollars to departments, infrastructure and industry have applications open for $3.5 billion. And I fear that if they go the way of the car park, or a good portion of them go via the way of the car park and the sports grant schemes, then we are suffering significant problems. The second thing I would like to say is that I'm quite convinced that the car park investments were motivated by electoral matters, which is an improper use of power, which is taking into account irrelevancies before you make decisions, and would be subject to overturning in federal courts. And would, if we had an ICAC, would amount to corruption. I'm quite convinced of that. So we are in a... And the third thing and last thing I would say by introduction is that it's not only at the ministerial levels that we are facing problems, it's at the departmental level, because departments now are knowing what is required of them from ministers' offices, are collaborating in this failure of public administration. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Harris. Mr. Wheely.
Very much, Chair. The Centre for Public Integrity is a not-for-profit research body that focuses on public administration. We have, in that capacity, prepared a submission, which the committee has before it. Our submission addresses really two areas. That is, first of all, the broader issue of possible reform in relation to the administration and expenditure of Commonwealth grants. And in that regard, it provides a brief case study of the commuter car park project under the Urban Congestion Fund. We rely on the auditor's report, and that report reveals some alarming features. I would agree with Mr. Harris that in general terms, the misuse of public money, also known as pork barrelling, is a very serious flaw in our grant system and needs to be addressed urgently. It also constitutes corrupt conduct. For example, under the New South Wales ICAC legislation, we don't have a federal integrity body, and we certainly need one to oversee it. Generally speaking, however, our reforms that we suggest are for grant approval criteria and program guidelines, etc., to be set out in primary legislation. Secondly, periodic updates to Parliament, engagement, delivery, implementation stage, and finally a joint standing committee to be established to oversee grants. We also believe that in terms of enforcement, the Commonwealth grant rules and guidelines should be extended to Section 96 grants, that is, grants to states and local government. And the Code of Conduct, we recommend there should be one for all parliamentarians and political staffers as well as for ministers. We do have a statement of ministerial standard for ministers, but we don't have anything for the general members of Parliament. And finally, I repeat that we need an effective and independent body to oversee all these matters to ensure that compliance is well sounded in integrity.
Thanks, Mr. Worley. Professor Mulgan, let's see how the audio is going at your end. It's not encouraging. What do we know? Okay. I think there's efforts being made to shift Professor Mulgan to teleconference, so we might move ahead without him at this stage. But if he does come back on, I can't quite see the clock there.
It's nearly 11 o'clock.
We might use that opportunity to pause, and we'll come back a couple of minutes after 11 o'clock. Thank you. And we'll suspend for a moment. Thank you. The only thing I know is that my watch is always wrong.
Yes, so you just see the second hand.
Okay. Thank you. We'll just resume the committee at this stage. And I'll just see, we don't have Professor Mulgan. He's not on teleconference yet. Mr. Harris, I wanted to start with you if I can. Can you outline it's well known, I think, to members of the committee, but can you just outline your previous experience in your work before, as you say, you became a retiree? Have we lost Mr. Harris? Right, Mr. Wheely, we'll come to you. This is going badly, not as poorly as the grants program itself. I think you say that your submission's really directed towards future reforms rather than the administration of the car parks grants themselves. It's clear, isn't it, from the evidence that the committee's received thus far and the Auditor General's report, that the existing constraints don't work, don't restrain the executive. Could you just sort of outline what's happened to cause the normal constraints on this kind of activity to deteriorate?
Sure. What are the constraints? I suppose it's helpful to identify those first. First of all, there's the Constitution itself. The Commonwealth can't just spend money on anything it wants to spend. It has to be under a head of power that appears in the Commonwealth. I think that there have been a number of cases in the High Court of Australia which have made that point very clearly. The Commonwealth can't just spend money willy-nilly. It has to obey the Constitution. And I'm afraid that experience has shown that the Commonwealth doesn't do that generally. And I think one of the reasons for that, Senator, is the fact that there's really no one to enforce unconstitutional activity. If money's handed over to various parts of the community, they're not likely to complain. So there's no one with any real standing to challenge the constitutionality of it. So that's one restraint. I think it's an important one, I mean, it's a fundamental document that governs Australian democracy. And it shouldn't, if it's being ignored, that's a pretty poor state of affairs. The second thing is there's normally a legislative authority that gives details of the manner in which money is to be expended in a Commonwealth grant. But sometimes there's no authorisation. I mean, I think the car park affair threw up a very powerful and chilling example of it. I think it was, I hope I'm not defaming the Prime Minister, but I think it was he who announced by way of a press release that money would be released for one particular aspect of the grant. And I mean, you can't have authorisation of expenditure of large amounts of Commonwealth money via a press release. It has to be legislated. And the third area, I think, is the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act and rules, which are virtually ignored these days. I mean, it's an important bit of legislation, but it doesn't have any sanctions. So it seems to me that everybody has just got into the habit of ignoring it. I mean, it requires, I think, as we know, that decisions that are made must be in accordance with the 4 E's. Effectiveness, economical, efficient and ethical. And the 4 E's are pretty well ignored, as the legislation is itself. And then there's the ministerial code. I mean, that should be a constraining influence on the way grants are made, but I'm afraid it isn't. The ministerial code requires ministers, let's be quite blunt about it, to act with integrity, impartiality and always in accordance with the public interest. It does not permit ministers to act for ancillary issues such as political gain or political advantage. And yet that ministerial code, of course, is enforced by the Prime Minister himself, and that means that there's no independent body enforcing the ministerial code. And I think that that's a real gap in the integrity system at federal level. So the ministerial code, I think, is really not working as it should, and I think that's primarily because there's no one who can enforce it in an independent and effective way. Then there's the Commonwealth Grant Rules and Guidelines, and they don't apply to, I think, the car park project, but they should apply. I don't think there's any reason at all why the Commonwealth Grant Rules and Guidelines, which are meant to sort of give integrity to the whole system, if they're not applicable, then integrity is going to be absent, and I think that's an important factor. And finally, there are the dictates of administrative law, which require that all government decision-making, all administrative decision-making should be done without reference to extraneous matters or irrelevant matters. And I think that the decision that's made primarily to benefit a party at election time, and that's the basis of the grant in truth, then that's subject to defeat under administrative law, if only we could find someone who had the standing and the capacity to bring proceedings to do so. So that summarises what I think are the constraints around grants, and they're all at the moment proving to be ineffective.
And is it, what is? I mean, they're manifestly inadequate now. What is different from now to when those layers of constraints and accountability, did restrain executive authority from acting in a self-interested way? What is it that's changed in your view?
Well, I think that standards have slipped dramatically, and I think it's because there is no, apart from the Auditor's Office, which does a great job, but it's concentrating on performance rather than ethical behaviour, or the flip side of ethical behaviour is corrupt conduct. We don't have a body that focuses on that. So there's no deterrent to letting those standards slip. That's my opinion. I just think that that's become more and more the norm. If you're in government and you can get away with it, well, why wouldn't you do it? You might win an election because of it, or certainly influence an election. I mean, that's why it's done. And yet everybody knows that that's improper, and it ought to be branded as such, but there's no one to impose the branding on the government.
I'm interested in the proposition of a code of conduct that goes more broadly than ministers. But you do say in your submission that the requirement for ministers to act with integrity, is set out in more detail, isn't it? It says the lawful and disinterested exercise of the statutory and other powers, and then the requirement for fairness in decision making, a duty to act honestly and responsibly with consultation as appropriate to the matter at issue, taking proper account of the merits of the matter and giving due consideration to the rights and interests of the persons involved and the interests of Australia. I mean, not even the government is making the case that those standards were observed here, really, are they?
No, they're not. Nobody could. Those standards are being ignored. I mean, they're fine-sounding words, but you've only got to apply any one of them to the what happened in the car park project to find that those qualities are absent altogether.
Now, I think we're in the happy position of having Professor Mulgan online. Is that right?
Well, I certainly heard every word spoken by you people.
That's good, and we've heard you. So what I might do is just ask you to say your full name and the capacity in which you appear, and then offer us, if you can, a short opening statement. And I've got some questions for Mr Harris and for you, and then we'll go to other senators.
Okay, I'm Richard Mulgan. I'm acting in a private capacity as an emeritus professor at the ANU. My expertise has generally been in issues of public sector accountability and integrity, about which I write from time to time, but less and less. Anyway, in terms of my opening remarks, I'll be very brief because I'm apologising for interrupting the very smooth running of your program, your hearing.
It's only smooth by accident, I can assure you of that.
I just would want to, chipping in really on what's gone so far. I think my submission takes a very sort of minimalist and realistic approach. And I generally fear that in looking for the perfect solution, we will have no solution at all. I don't believe that it's possible or even necessarily desirable to remove the electoral motive from political decision-making, and that's what democracy is about. It's a question of constraining it within procedural rules. And the Commonwealth grants rules are a reasonable compromise in which ministers are allowed to make decisions, but they must follow certain procedures and listen to take note at least of what their departments are advising them. If we want to get rid of pork barrelling and put the electoral motive altogether, then the only solution, in my view, is to take these decisions totally away from ministers and officials. Departmental officials are there to advise ministers, and they can't be effectively or even properly separated from the political direction which their ministers give them under not only their concern for the public interest but also electoral motives. So I'm concerned about the slippage away from the assumptions behind the Commonwealth grants rules, which, even if they don't apply to particular schemes such as this one, should, in principle, and this is what the Auditor General has said, the general principles behind them should apply. Due process is set out or should be set out. It must be followed. If it's not followed, who's to blame? Both officials and ministers. And what worries me particularly is that we nearly have another election upon us. We have had no recognition of responsibility from either ministers or departments. And without that, we're going to be in just about as bad a mess, if not worse, in 6 months' time. So that seems to me the most urgent need is at least to get back to where we were, say, 5 years ago. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Mulgan. I might just go to you quickly just to follow on to that point. There is no... The Commonwealth grant guidelines were not applied in this case, but there's no reason that the guidelines could not have properly been applied.
None whatsoever, and also, yes, I totally agree. And also, if you read the auditor's report, the auditor finds that there were procedural rules which were implied in the infrastructure program.
Yes.
Which they should have set out processes which are roughly equivalent to the processes in the Commonwealth grant scheme. So even if that didn't apply, there were procedural rules which should have been applied and weren't.
And having listened to Mr. Wheely's evidence and read his submission, I mean, I think that the difference... I don't think you're really saying anything too different.
No, I'm just adding to...
But you're emphasising, I suppose, the use of existing constraints.
Yes.
Is it... because the application of the guidelines could have been applied if only it wasn't such a last-minute and shambolic process. That's right, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yes.
And I mean, in terms of the law and due process, I mean, speed is not a very good defence against following. I mean, unless you're absolutely at the end of your, in a total crisis. No, I think speed. The minister's offices and the ministers should have been told it's too late to do this properly. And if we can't do it properly, we're not doing it.
Yes, I just observed that even when this Prime Minister's acting in his own interests, he acts too late. What other... are there any other observations that you'd make about... I mean, what other... I'm interested in the point that you make about the department and officials not acting to restrain government in this case or to raise objections. Is that...
Well, what I would like to hear in the next 6 months is something from the leadership of the public service. The commissioner is the most important. He's a statutory officer bound to uphold public sector values. One would hope from the head of the Department of Finance, which has the rules about grants and the proper use of money. One would also have hoped for the Minister of Finance, but unfortunately he went in another direction. So I think what one needs, and I think public servants need to have somebody to stiffen their sinew and say, this is not correct. We're not going to allow it to happen again. But we get silence. And the minister's offices know that there's silence, so they'll just behave in exactly the same way. Last minute rush, no process, expecting the public servants to roll over. And I think this is just appalling in my view.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Harris, you, I think, identified 125 grant schemes. I think you spoke about in your submission. I mean, what is it about the proliferation of these grant schemes and the increasing tendency towards partisan decision making in these grant schemes. How would you, in short, outline what is going on here?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go back to a question that, on the same subject that you raised a minute ago. What has happened in the last decades or so? And the main thing I think that has happened is a disempowering of the public service, and that includes a disempowering of the Public Service Commission and the disempowering of the head of finance and the head of Prime Minister and Cabinet. By dint of the fact that they have no tenure. This happened under the Keating government. Although there was sackings of departmental servants before that, heads of departments before that, it really came to a head when Keating allowed secretaries to be on contracts rather than tenure, and the contracts are pretty meaningless. And as we know, John Howard took advantage of that when he first became Prime Minister, and that has set an arena in which they work. And now we're seeing public servants and departments not even advising ministers when they're acting unlawfully. Right. They're also in co-conspirators, as you like. And in the car park issue, we see the department giving consent to the Minister to finance projects on a formulaic basis when they were looking at the 4Es that Mr. Whealy was talking about earlier. So this disempowering of the public service and the empowering of Minister's office is a problem that we've known about for some time and we haven't addressed. The other issue is that the Commonwealth is the financial behemoth in Australia. It has all the money and all the capacity and very few of the responsibilities. The states have the majority of the responsibilities and too little of the money. And a big picture solution might be to make sure that the states have better access to total funding available to the Commonwealth at the moment than the GST. That's a very it's a very big picture kind of solution. So I do say in my submission that having a federal ICAC won't be a solution, and we see that from New South Wales. I mean, the ICAC existed when the Carr and successive Labor governments constituted the most corrupt in Australian modern history. So the ICAC in itself doesn't stop it. We need something else to stop it, and I think that requires, in part, re-empowering the public service.
But I think you would agree on my reading of your statement that a Federal Integrity Commission would be an important start.
Yes.
Yes. I think you say, the allocation of Commonwealth resources based on party and personal political goals, thus ignoring or minimising the import of public interest, is corruption, if not abuse of office. It does satisfy, under the New South Wales ICAC, a definition of corruption, if I can put it that way. Just wondered if I could go to each of the witnesses, starting with you, Mr. Harris. What impact would a Federal Integrity Commission have, and would the conduct that's sort of clearly been set out and largely not contested here, would it fall under that definition, and would a Federal Integrity Commission have some impact on restraining government from behaving in this way?
It certainly would ensure that decision makers bear full responsibility for their decisions. It might not stop the decisions, but there would be consequences to the decisions that the decision maker would need to take into account. And in this instance, the three areas would be public, that it fails the ICAC test, that leads it to be corrupt conduct is one, public trust, a spectacular breach of public trust, a spectacular breach of partiality, and the third might be abuse of office. We see so little of that in the Commonwealth arena. There's been no minister in my knowledge that's ever been charged with abuse of office in the Commonwealth, although it happens in states. And of course, recently we saw Mr. McDonald convicted of the crime of abuse of office, even though he was not a beneficiary in his actions. So it would ensure that the consequences of bad decisions and corrupt conduct are meted out to people. But as we've discussed, I don't think it's enough by itself.
There are other reforms. Now, I know I indicated I'd go to the other witnesses, but I'm quite conscious of time. I'll go to Senator Rice in the first instance. We will break very briefly at 11:30 for a couple of minutes.
Thanks, Chair. And look, I've got quite a few questions, but I'll try and be quick, and noting that break. I particularly would like the response from all of you about the delineation between an election commitment and a decision of government. I mean, Professor Mulgan, you make the point in your submission that the department argues that the expenditure is authorised because it's an election commitment. And similarly, I would like to get a response from you, Mr. Harris. So perhaps Professor Mulgan first.
Well, just very quickly, the notion of an election commitment is that you promise something in an election. If you win the election, you have a commitment to produce. And there are policies which come under that heading. These obviously didn't, because these were decisions made before the election. And they weren't made conditional on the election. So there is a distinction here. I'm not sure about whether the notion of an election commitment should cover anything, because it seems to be a blank check, but the Finance Department has tried to tie it down. But certainly these were not election commitments, apart from a very few cases.
And what do you see? What is the importance of that distinction then? Is it because there's anything goes when it comes to election commitments, as the way they're currently run, and if they're a government decision, there's got to be much stronger criteria?
It's dishonest, because a commitment is something you say, I will do this if I win the election. But the money was distributed, approved before the election. It can't be a commitment if it's already done. If they lost the election, were these car parks still to go ahead? Presumably yes, unless they were abolished by the incoming government. It's just dishonest.
Mr. Harris?
Thank you. Well, I suppose the theoretical distinction is that when you enter the election period, the government is constrained from making decisions unless they're particularly urgent and necessary. So the promises to build several car parks made during the election were not government commitments. And as far as the department is concerned, they need to go through the normal governmental processes before they can be enacted. I mean, a government, for example, could make a promise that it has a political party representing the government can, during an election, make a promise which the government has no power to implement because it lacks the legislative or budget authority, revenue authority. So that's the way we were taught when we were in the Commonwealth, and it's a big distinction. Election commitments are nothing until the government takes them up after the election and goes through the normal processes.
And so that's why it's important to maintain the distinction between the two. Correct.
I'm not actually sure what the debate was about in the audit report. I mean, I'm not sure what the effectiveness of the debate was about, because the principles of the Act and the Governance Act and the Transport Act still applied to the government. So they could have made announcements that were outside those acts, and they would not have been fulfilled.
And I want to go now, in the couple of minutes before we break at 11:30, of looking forward. I mean, we know that there is at the moment, I think the evidence that we've received through estimates is there's currently $800 million that's unallocated in the Urban Congestion Fund. There's $2.08 billion that hasn't got a project proposal report. And, I mean, perhaps starting with the Centre for Public Integrity, in your excellent submission, I mean, you point out that the flaws in the process in every audit report that's been made on these sorts of grants processes up until now. I mean, do we think that there's the potential for the Liberal Party to be running exactly the same process of rorting this and other public programs ahead of the election?
Yes, I think there is. I think sadly there is, and I'd say that because first of all the restraints in existence are insufficient, and secondly because the government has refused to be accountable when the Auditor General's reports have come out. We saw it with the Sports Rorts campaign. As soon as that was published, and it was scathing, and it's been criticised heavily by commentators, academic and in various fields of propriety. The response of the government was, well, they're all eligible and it was good for the people who got the money. And that's not being accountable. And with the car park project, when the Audit Office report came out, and we all reeled back in horror with what we were reading, I don't wish to be respectful to Minister Fletcher, but he just simply said these grants were all merit-based and all needed.
I might just indicate we'll break briefly for a minute to allow our South Australian colleagues to observe their minute of silence. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Whealy.
All right. I wonder whether, through you, Chair, if I could just respectfully ask whether my colleague, Dr. Williams, whether she might address that very question that's been asked.
Thank you.
She's responsible for the research that we've put before you today.
Thank you. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Whealy. So what I would say to that is that without the kind of reforms that we're speaking about, it's inevitable that there's potential for this to continue happening. And the kind of reforms we're nominated are a suite of reforms. So none of them in and of itself would be sufficient to stop it happening again. They are all necessary, including the reform that Mr. Harris referred to previously. The need to remedy the disempowering of the public servants is obviously another critical area. So without improved parliamentary oversight, without improved applicability and enforceability of existing mechanisms, including obviously the critical need for an appropriately resourced National Integrity Commission with sufficient jurisdiction powers to do its job. This, of course, why would anything change? It's clearly a systemic issue. What else would bring about change other than reform?
Mr. Harris, I was just wanting your responses to the potential for the Liberal Party to be running exactly the same process in the lead up to the next election.
Well, it's fairly, thank you for the question. It's fairly costless, isn't it, Senator? They make these decisions, they get whatever benefit, I don't think it's very much, but they do, whatever benefit they get from making announcements and offering promises. Well after the election, they suffer an Auditor General's report. Nothing much happens after that, and then we're in the face of the next election. The difficulty we have at the moment is that there's $3.5 billion worth of grants in the hands of two departments, which have yet to be decided. And we're facing an election, so I can see the same thing happening, certainly.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Can I just one final question? And you, Mr. Harris, you note in your submission about the role of the Prime Minister, and that, and we know that the Prime Minister's office was involved in canvassing, and the 47 car parks, every one of them was approved at some stage by the Prime Minister. What do you feel that says about the Prime Minister's involvement in this rort?
I was very surprised that the Prime Minister denied any involvement in the sports grants program, because in this program there was abundant evidence of his involvement, and now we see that he's going to be the decision maker for the industry grants. And in the car parks, of course, we saw that was a press release that he issued that was apparently taken as authorization for one project, even though it's not clear that the Prime Minister had the relevant delegation to make that decision. These little points about the Westminster system being ignored and a presidential system being established are very intriguing.
Thank you.
Can I come in on this, Mr.
Yes.
Richard Mulligan, I think this is something of a side issue, whether the Prime Minister is involved or not. These are government policies, and we would expect them to be run from the centre and with the Minister in the front line, but the Prime Minister involved as well. And we only went down this because the Prime Minister chose to say that he wasn't involved. But, clearly they are government policies. And this brings me back to an earlier question about how well an ICAC would operate against this. I think ICACs operate well against individual corruption, individual conflicts of interest, etc., hands in the till. But when it's a question of governments acting corruptly, it's very difficult for any sort of integrity agency to put a whole government in the dock. The only way to change this is by structural change and by adherence to procedure, it seems to me. And I am very concerned about what's going to happen in the next election. That's the whole basis of my submission.
But you've got government policies that set out a framework for making decisions on how to expend the money, which then isn't followed.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. There are procedures which they don't follow, and they ought to have good procedures as well. But as we're all saying, no consequences have flowed from these audit reports, and so in that light, we can only fear the worst.
Thanks, Professor Mulligan. I might go now to Senator Chandler, who's been waiting patiently in Hobart.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks everyone for your testimony today. My questions are, first of all, to Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, what are your views on the role of political candidates in the lead up to an election in lobbying for any sort of project, but specifically, obviously, today we're talking about commuter car park projects in their electorate and securing funding for that?
So we certainly find problems when candidates hand over cheques to the local government when the cheques are written by the Commonwealth. Candidates are not part of the government. Candidates have no role in government until they're elected, which doesn't mean that the government can't put them on the same platform and the like, and can't ask their advice. But really, they're not decision makers. They're not payers, and they're just candidates. I don't know, Senator, whether that addresses your question.
Partly. We're in a democracy. Isn't it fundamental to the work that candidates do to secure funding for local projects in their area, that they engage with the local community and that they then lobby on behalf of their local community to achieve that funding and deliver that project?
Yes, as I say, they can be consulted. Their views can be sought, as the views of other community leaders can be sought. But they have no official role, and they ought not to be seen to be part of the government, because they're just candidates.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you an example. This is from the Gold Coast Bulletin in early May 2019. It's an article that stated that the Bulletin could reveal that opposition leader at the time, Bill Shorten's campaign team, will set out a number of election promises, and Labor's local candidate in the area was quoted in that article as saying that they'd been out in Coomera and Almost stations just this week talking with commuters about their frustrations of not being able to find a car park. That's why the candidate, again quoting, has personally lobbied Bill Shorten and Anthony Albanese for this funding, and I'm really grateful that they've come through for us. So do we think that that's appropriate as a process for a candidate to go through, to engage with their local community and take that back to their party leader and say, these are the areas within my community where we require investment?
I don't see any problem with that, Senator.
So what's the difference between that and what we've seen through the Urban Congestion Fund here?
Okay, so the Urban Congestion Car Park was designed to, as the name suggests, reduce congestion in areas. So one might look at trying to get the best bang for your dollar by trying to identify areas where you can best remediate congestion. That wasn't done. Instead, taxpayers' money was used like lollies in a lolly shop to try to entice voters to support them. So we have 4 car parks in Kooyong on the basis that, that was in the needs of the coalition party. Not the basis of public needs, because in looking at public needs, you would look at relative public needs. Certainly Melbourne had the highest population growth. Kooyong actually had a decline in population. Sydney had more urban congestion than Melbourne. Brisbane had the highest relative population growth. If you want to dispense with government monies, you do it in a way that is proper, that is efficient, effective, economical and ethical. And there is no way that this program met any of those objectives.
So what is the difference between that and the example that I gave you previously of the Labor Party on the Gold Coast?
So the Labor Party's in opposition, the candidate's a candidate, and they're saying to the local population, if you elect us, you might have a chance, subject to law, of getting this benefit.
So
that's all the candidate can offer.
Candidates are allowed to lobby to their party leader if their party leader's in opposition, but not if they're in government?
No, they can lobby. Candidates can lobby. The trouble with this system, Senator, is that it was only candidates and sitting coalition members and senators who were lobbied. It was as if they were saying, look, if you live in a Labor electorate, you don't deserve any car parks because you vote Labor.
I'll go to another example from the Labor Party. My understanding is that obviously there was a park and ride fund established by the Labor Party as a policy in the lead up to the election, and that was announced at the New South Wales ALP Labor State Conference in mid-2018. And with a statement that state and local governments would need to apply to the fund. And then the following day, the then Labor leader Bill Shorten did a press conference in Gosford in Robertson, where he announced that Labor would commit $15 million to 3 commuter car parks on the Central Coast as part of this newly announced fund. So what process do you think was undertaken in the intervening, say, 24 hours from Labor announcing that they would have the fund to announcing specific areas for the car parks?
Yeah, in some sense, I've already addressed this by saying that politicians can make whatever promises they want, but they are still subject to law. And a politician can say, I shall do this if I'm elected. And if the Parliament doesn't allow him, then that promise can't be delivered. If the funds are not available, it can't be delivered. If it doesn't meet the requirements of the Governance Act, it can't be delivered. So promises are kind of ephemeral issues unless there's a huge amount of work done beforehand. And look, I'm not an apologist for the Labor Party. I was around when Ros Kelly had to resign because she did not have evidence justifying her decision. And she had to resign on the basis of a unanimous report delivered by the House of Representatives Select Committee established to examine the matter. Now, that standard is pretty good, and we've come a long way since then. And the Labor Party has, at the moment, the Labor Party's in opposition. That's why it's missing all of the flack, because it actually has no powers. It's the government of the day, whichever party it is, that has to wear the flak for bad decisions and for breaking laws.
So just so I'm abundantly clear, is it your submission that candidates, elected members of Parliament, whichever political ilk they are, don't have a role in lobbying government or opposition directly for funding that will benefit their local community?
No, I've said they do have a role, just as other leaders of the community and the electorate have a role in lobbying. They might have a closer proximity to the decision makers, which gives them some emphasis, but yes, that's it.
There's some emphasis and some importance, though, surely. I mean, they are elected by their community to represent their community in our federal parliament. Surely there should be some weight in the representations that they are making.
The party can give weight to its candidates. The government cannot. The party can give weight to its candidates, but during an election, the government decision-making is really constrained. Okay. And announcements made by prime ministers during an election are not government announcements, because governments cannot make decisions unless it's urgent during elections.
Isn't the logical conclusion of what you're saying, though, that opposition parties can effectively promise whatever they like because they aren't in government?
Governments can promise whatever they like because they're not promising it as governments. You remember John Howard's promises. There were core promises and not core promises, which he decided after the election.
Okay. I'm not sure that necessarily answered my question, but I'm recognising that we're running close to time, so I might leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
I might just ask this question, perhaps it helps resolve this issue, and it's pretty important we get a common understanding about this question, isn't it? There is a difference between what political parties promise to do over the course of an election and decisions of government. The question here, Mr Harris, is that the government had set aside these funds and the decision that was made was to disperse those funds. It wasn't a promise that was made subject to law, it was a decision to disperse the funds. That's the distinction. There is a difference between the interests of the political party and the interests of the government, and a difference between the interests of a political party and the operation of the law. And if that distinction is lost, then we're all lost, aren't we?
Well, I suppose that's why, Mr. Chairman, we have this convention that the government in an election period does not make decisions, and any announcements that a minister might make during an election is a party announcement, not a government announcement. So the government did budget for and decide on many of these car parks before the election. And that meant that they should have already gone through a process. Then they announced some during the election, and the content of those announcements are quite different.
Yeah,
different.
It was Louis XIV, I think, who said, "I am the state." Now, the Prime Minister might have had reasons over the course of the last few weeks to pay more attention to what French political leaders say, but that is the import. We have a Westminster system of government. That's the difference here, isn't it? That's what the reforms that you and Mr. Whealy and Mr. Mulgan are pointing to are designed to protect that system of government.
Yes, I have a little difference with Professor Mulgren about the Prime Minister's involvement in matters, because under a Westminster system, representative system, a responsible system, the Prime Minister is not the decision maker of everything. In law, he is not the decision maker of everything. So if he pretends to make a decision which the public service implement, that decision could well have been unlawful because he had no lawful power to make the decision. This idea of delegations is crucial to the public service for accountability, responsibility reasons.
Now, speaking of the public service, I have a large group of them assembled here, and I'm very anxious to move on to their evidence. Otherwise, they'll be detained here for a lot longer than they'd hoped. And I don't want to encourage you and Professor Mulgan to fall out. So I might stop there. Thank you very much for all of your evidence. If there were any questions on notice, they are due on November the 19th. Thank you very much for your written submissions and the discussion thus far.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I now welcome representatives from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers of the department are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
David Hallinan, Deputy Secretary.
Mr Hallinan, good morning.
Philip Smith, First Assistant Secretary.
Good morning, Mr Smith. Thank you. Do you have an opening statement for us this morning?
No, we don't, but I just comment that we've received a request to table some information this morning. I think that should have either been provided in hard copy and should be being emailed through to the Secretariat at the moment.
And could you just describe what that is for the people who are...
It's an extract of a table that we documented in the RAT, Rural Regional Affairs and Transport Committee, which outlines a summary of UCF projects, where they're at.
Yes, okay, thank you. I suppose you've listened to the evidence given this morning, in particular the recent evidence. Could you explain for the committee how the governance arrangements including project selection for the commuter car park fund, differ from the usual governance arrangements that apply under the National Transport Act and the National Partnership Agreement?
I think this, Senator, actually reflects the National Partnership Agreement and the Land Transport Act. It is separate from and distinctly different from a grants program. It's a federal financial relations framework. Projects are agreed between the Commonwealth and states at ministerial and government level, and then we work through a series of steps that are referred to as the Notes on Administration under the National Partnership Agreement to progress projects that have been identified and agreed.
I did say site selection, though. What was different? The Commonwealth government ministers and candidates announced site selection. What was different about the process that led up to those announcements in the normal process?
What is usually the case in a site selection process is there'll be a consultation with the delivery partner, which is the jurisdiction. In this case, the consultation process was done internally to the Commonwealth with priorities identified at the Commonwealth.
When you say internally in the Commonwealth?
As identified in the audit report, Senator.
Yeah, so were they the normal processes? When you say the Commonwealth, do you mean internally within the department?
No, Senator, the department wasn't largely involved in the project selection process.
And that's the difference, isn't it? Is that right?
Usually there's a departmental involvement in project selection. I'm sure there are exceptions to that rule over time, though, Senator.
Can you think of any other exceptions?
I'd probably be going into cabinet in confidence material if I were to. The National Partnership Agreement projects are...
I probably would be going into cabinet. Can you think? I'm simply asking.
It's identified through the budget process.
The difference here is entirely site selection decisions made by the Minister's Office, candidates, the Liberal Party and the Prime Minister's Office on one hand, and then you've got a normal process where the department's engaged. Well, that is very unusual, isn't it? It's not a cabinet in confidence secret.
No, and I've already said that that's an unusual process.
It's unusual. Can you think of any other examples? I'm not asking you to name them. Can you simply say for the first... I might come to naming them in a moment, but can you think of any other projects where site selection was determined without any reference to the department's normal processes?
I think we'd need to take that on notice and have a look at,
I reckon.
The infrastructure pipeline has been running for decades, so we need to go back and have a look at that. I imagine there would be several that we could come up with.
But I think
it's pretty...
rather than taking on notice, I think we just concede that it's unusual.
There's no good answer, right? If it isn't, then that's a problem. If there are, then I'd be pretty interested in knowing about them.
I think it's fair to say, though, it is, as Mr Hallinan pointed out, run under the National Land Transport Act. Over successive governments, government picks the projects and then departments then go away and implement those projects consistent with the Act.
Yes. Yes. So when did the government tell you that... When did the Minister's Office or anybody tell you that those normal processes were going to be set aside?
This is, it's well before the time of officials at this table or who will be here today. I think the easiest way to describe that process would be it's a standalone program. It would have had a series of interactions between the department and ministers and government about how the program would be designed. As the audit report identifies, there are a whole series of programs that we run through the Land Transport Act and the National Partnership Agreements.
But there must have, sorry to interrupt, but there must have been a point at which, because the department developed options, all of which were ignored. When were you told that this was going to be, in terms of site selection, not a process that you were going to be engaged in, that you were going to get told the answers?
So, Senator, I think the Audit Office outlines a process at 2.7 about the governance arrangement and also outlines the process for selection of car parks.
I just want to know, so that has meant, hasn't it, that essentially you've lost control of the process. So project scoping, site selection, merit, needs analysis, cost benchmarking, you're in after the fact trying to resolve those issues.
So it's certainly not the way I would describe it. I think
How would you describe it?
The Audit Office outlines the process. Once government has selected the projects, which is always the government's prerogative to choose the projects, the department then goes and implements it as part of that, and we've explained in numerous estimates hearings that where feasibility hadn't been conducted, we're working with the states and councils to undertake relevant feasibility studies. That then informs future government decisions, and the Minister makes appropriate decisions under the National Land Transport Act.
That's not the normal process, is it?
You would normally do some of that work ahead of
Yeah, that's
the selection process.
I mean, that's not.
But it's not to say that that process is not occurring. We are undertaking feasibility studies. We are providing advice to the government to ensure they can discharge their responsibilities.
Except you're doing your
under the
best
Act.
after the fact. But the reason that those processes happen before, normally, is because it means that there is more control over issues like cost.
There are...
and feasibility.
And efficiency, effectiveness.
And merit. Like those, if the government is properly advised prior to a decision being made, that they lead to more effective decisions.
I would suggest that people are maybe misinterpreting the Urban Congestion Fund as a merit-based process. It was not designed that way. That's certainly the decision that the government chose. It's not a competitive grants process.
So it's not based on merit?
No, that's not what I said. It's not a competitive grants process. The projects were selected in accordance with normal procedures as per the infrastructure investment pipeline.
But they're not normal procedures, are they? The sites are selected by the process that we've just described. That is not a normal procedure.
Well, that is exactly as we...
I mean, it's one thing to say it's happened, so now it's normal. It's not. It's
certainly unusual.
Yeah, unusual. Well, perhaps we can agree on that. Sorry, Senator Rice.
That's right. Can I follow up on the same line of questioning? So, I mean, Mr Smith, you just said that the Urban Congestion Fund wasn't a competitive process. But in terms of the principles that were set out for the Urban Congestion Fund, they exist, don't they? And in fact, they still exist. They're the principles that the Urban Congestion Fund is meant to be expended following those principles. Yes, and those principles, focused on investment in high-value works, smaller scale and co-funded with matching funding, potentially with matching funding required by state, territory or local governments, driven by evidence. The selection and submission process and the design of projects would be based on addressing problems identified through an evidence-based process where the benefits of the project could be clearly defined. It would encourage innovation and support wider urban development. This would include ensuring that projects complement city deals and urban redevelopment projects. So those principles are still meant to be under the National Transport Act. They were set out as the principles for the Urban Congestion Fund, weren't they?
Well, they're principles. They're not set out under the National Land Transport Act. But as we alluded to, if you refer to paragraph 2.7 of the audit report, it sets out the governance process that the government agreed in October 18.
Yeah, but they're the principles by which the money is meant to be expended. The principles of this big fund of money are meant to be expended in accordance with these principles.
So the governance arrangements that the government decided on is outlined at paragraph 2.7 of the audit report.
And when were you told that the separate governance arrangements were going to apply to the car park component of the fund?
Senator, I think I've answered that. The chronology is outlined fairly well in the audit report.
Humour me, when was that?
So, well,
Would have
again...
been across the late 2018 period, Senator.
2018 into 2019.
Can I just ask, in relation to the audit, did the department at any time seek legal advice about the extent of the audit powers of the ANAO in relation to this fund?
Yes, we did.
Specifically then, did the department seek legal advice about the power of the ANAO to examine records of the canvassing carried out in then Minister Tudge's office?
That wasn't the request, no. But that could be the intent behind the request.
So it could have been the intent behind the request. But the request was couched in different terms.
The request was to access the Minister's records, and the request to me was to not advise the Minister of such a request.
Why did the department seek that advice? It's not your job to protect the Minister.
No, but it is my job to understand the administrative law package that we're working under and make sure that we're operating appropriately within it.
When was that advice sought?
Don't know if I
I
have
have
the
to take
dates.
on notice the detail.
Just explain to me again why you thought it was appropriate to seek that advice.
I was uncertain, as other officials in the department were, as to whether or not that was an appropriate act for officials in the department to undertake.
Has that advice been shared with other departments?
I believe so, but I'd have to take that on notice to be certain.
Has it been shared with the Prime Minister's office?
I'm not sure of that, Senator.
Can you tell me which
That'll be a matter for
department?
the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Well, you can tell me whether your department has shared the advice with which departments and when.
So we consulted with PMNC on the advice, so PMNC would have been well aware of the advice. What communications they had with the Prime Minister's office is not something I'm aware of.
So when you say consulted with the Prime Minister and Cabinet, did PMNC request the advice?
No, I think
Did they suggest to you that you should seek that advice?
No, I think the seeking of the advice came from this department. It wasn't a direction from the Prime Minister's department.
So who in the Prime Minister's department did you engage with on that issue?
We would have consulted with their government line. I'm not sure the official names immediately, but I can get that for you.
I think it's probably worth pointing out, when you're seeking advice around another portfolio, it's important under legal services directions to make sure you consult. From my recollection, the ANAO was also consulted on the draft advice as well.
So I want to know when that advice was sought, and I want to know whether there were discussions with Prime Minister and Cabinet prior to that advice being sought.
So there would have been discussions...
In relation to the advice.
There would have been discussions with Prime Minister and Cabinet in relation to the advice before we finalised it, yes. As a result
so Department
of
of Transport
consultations...
engaged with Prime Minister and Cabinet
It's their law.
prior to seeking advice about whether the ANAO could look at the canvassing process with Minister Tudge's office and presumably the Prime Minister's office.
That last bit, I'm not aware of the intent behind the request from the Audit Office, but we consult with the relevant portfolio on administration of law within their portfolio. And
But it had
that law
that.
is in the Prime
But it has
Minister's
that.
portfolio.
The advice is framed in a proper way, I assume, or the request for advice is framed in a proper way.
The entire process was quite proper.
But the impact of that is really, the question is, can the audit extend to an investigation of or an examination of the records
Well, the question
between the department and Minister Tudge's office and the canvassing operation that happened
Well, the question
in
goes
terms
to
of site selection?
the question goes to the powers of the audit and whether the audit is an audit into the actions of the department or an audit into the actions of ministers. Fundamentally.
And you are uncertain about whether or not the actions of ministers could be encompassed within the audit.
Well, certainly the way the request came to the department made us wonder whether it was appropriate. I had a discussion with the audit officer about it. I said I thought there would be natural justice principles that would at minimum apply, and if somebody's records were being audited, they should be aware of that. So I would consult.
Seems a strange idea that the ministers' actions could be quarantined from the audit.
Would be the operations of the laws of this place, Senator.
Strange thing to be uncertain about. In any case, the answer must have been no. The Auditor General, the ANAO, could proceed because the ANAO must have proceeded to do that, mustn't they?
I think that would be a question for the Audit Office.
Well, you know that you got advice that must have
I'm not going to tell you
not indicated that that you could quarantine the minister's office from the investigation.
I can't divulge the legal advice, Senator.
We'll talk to the auditor about that. The Urban Congestion Fund status update, one of the few unredacted pages of that document, I think at page 13, is a costs update that sees the committed funding for car parks increase from $500 million at the budget 1920 to $711 million at budget 2021. It's a cost blowout of $211 million, isn't it, between 1920 and 2021?
Certainly a change in costs. It reflected the decisions taken by government through budget periods and budget processes in the intervening period.
So just explain that for me.
So if there are changes in costs of a project, if we've identified a project, the feasibility work's been undertaken, there's been a business case developed, and we have a better understanding of what the actual costs of the project are, and that varies substantially or varies materially from the estimate that's included in the budget, we'll take that back into a government process. There'll be a decision taken through Cabinet or through the budget process itself, and the update is then provided in the usual updates of budget. So it'll be included.
So 87, sorry to interrupt, $87.8 million of that was increased funding to existing projects. That's the consequence, isn't it, of announcing sites and projects before the work that you've just described, feasibility work and costing work and negotiating of contracts. That is the consequence of that, isn't it? That the cost that the government announced was applying to those was based upon, at best, their assessment, not based upon the department's normal processes.
Yeah, that's correct. That's certainly the risk of announcing a number before you have a strong estimate of what that number is the number will change as we get better estimates in place.
And the number's not getting smaller, it's getting larger. So at 2021-22, $711 million. The last of these car parks isn't forecast to be completed before 26-27 now. That's right, isn't it?
Yep, I'd say that's right.
That rate of growth, we're going to be well over $1 billion, aren't we?
I don't think we'd speculate, Senator. If there are changes in the budget estimates, they'll be updated in the usual budget cycles. There might be some projects added, there might be some projects removed, depending on where we get. But making a very clear estimate of the future based on where we are now, I'd hesitate to give you a number.
Unless projects are cancelled, the number's not going to get smaller, is it?
I think that, to me, again, is a bit of speculation. We're going through the feasibility side of things. The feasibility side will dictate what the next best estimate becomes, and the government will make decisions around that once those feasibility studies are in.
One project's already been cancelled, I think, at least one.
I think there were a number of car parks, I think it was 6 from memory, that were de-scoped.
What does de-scoped mean?
De-scope means the project was, the funding was reallocated to other projects.
So in effect, they won't go ahead unless or until there's a viable option there?
In another document, I think it's attachment 2 or document 6 in the FOI release, there are some what are described as key questions. Among them is this one. The question is, how did the Minister's Office add a project to the list? What detail did they provide about the project? Did they say who nominated the project? I think the department says, generally speaking, the Minister's Office would email the department with a project name, a brief description and estimated funding commitment. It's a pretty lax process, isn't it?
I think
when these aren't, it's not ordering stamps, these are multi-million-dollar projects, each of them.
It's certainly unusual, and it's, I think that...
Lax?
Well, it's certainly unusual. I think the department's advice in that circumstance is outlined in the audit report, and I don't think we're in a position to make recommendations based on the information we had at the time.
So, sorry, what do you mean by that last bit? Do you mean you weren't in a position to make recommendations at the time, or you're not in a position to make recommendations? What does that mean?
So in the project selection process, the audit report outlines how projects were identified and provided through to the department for advice. And I think, Phil, Mr. Smith, you might be able to recall which section of the audit report deals with it. The department did provide advice, but the advice was provided on quite short turnaround, and the department was unable to provide recommendations on the projects provided to us.
Can I just ask? Sorry, just back on the legal advice. I think in estimates, I wasn't in your estimates, but on my reading of it, you said that you hadn't seen the documentation in the minister's office. You hadn't seen the exchanges of documents within.
That's correct.
So just to be clear, the documents described by the ANAO in the spillover hearing, and I think more recently in the estimates hearing, which I think they characterised as a to-do list, it's quite clear to us from the description, and I think Mr. Boyd's description, that he described it as a document created in the Minister's office, and to the best of our knowledge, the department has not seen that document.
So why did you seek legal advice about whether the auditor's office could see it?
I think you're conflating two different issues there.
They're separate issues. So the audit office obviously had some information which has led them to that, and I think that might be from release of email systems. So our view is that the information that they have there is probably from email systems that were caught through a broad sweep. The department's always open with the audit office. That information, I think, has been referred to by Mr. Boyd. We are unaware of what that document set is. We do not, as a routine, and will not search ministers' records or search their email systems. It's not something that departmental officials will do.
And that's not something that the audit office would ask you to do. I mean, how does you provided in that sweep the information that the audit office has asked you to provide?
I suspect what's happened is that entire email accounts have been provided in the early days of the audit, and that they may include information that is outside of what would be departmental records.
And when did you seek the advice? Prior to that first email sweep?
After that, yes.
After. So you sought advice about material that you hadn't seen?
No, it wasn't. There was no specific request for materials. The request was to access the shared folders or G drives or electronic record systems of the minister and the minister's staff. And that's what we took away and consulted on.
Okay, I just want to go back to the process of estimating funding. So you say, generally speaking, the minister's office would email the department with a project name, a brief description, estimated funding. When you say generally speaking, you're saying generally speaking in relation to this project alone, because as you've already said, it's unusual. That wouldn't be the process that would normally be undertaken for site selection.
So I think, again, referring back to the audit report makes it very, very clear that the car parks were not proposed by the department. They were recommendations that we were advised about from the Minister's office, and they were put into the various documentation, and then government made appropriate decisions on those projects.
How do you know whether they're appropriate decisions?
Well, so I use the word appropriate because government makes decisions on that. The departments do not make decisions on individual projects.
Yes, but how do you know whether they're appropriate decisions?
It was a general term. Government made decisions.
Yeah, the government made decisions. So how did the Minister's office, how would they arrive at a funding commitment?
You'd have to ask the Minister's office.
So you weren't asked to provide a costing model?
No.
I think in the very early stages, the department provided some indicative cost estimates for average costs of car parks, but
So you provided, and when were you asked to provide those?
Would have been mid to late 2018.
It was very early in the process, and I think it was some general advice provided on broad rule of thumb.
Yeah, I want to come to the advice because I think I understand
So it's
what
non-specific.
you're suggesting, but was it late 2018? Can you give me a date?
Can we have just a couple of minutes to find that? It is in the audit report, so we'll find that.
Well, yep. If there's officers behind you who can find that date, then we might continue with the discussion. Come back to us in a moment. When you say, I can't remember the form of words you used, Mr. Hallen, but it was a sort of general cost estimate about what was it, how much per car space. So if you had building a car park with 200 levels, with 200 spaces, multi-level, there would be a number that you would just multiply by 200.
Yes, it would not be accurate for any particular specific thing, but perhaps on average you might get a reasonable number.
It might be accurate. No wonder there's cost blowouts.
Well, a detailed cost for any particular project needs to take into account the specifics of that project.
Specifics of the site, how many levels.
What it's being built on, is it sand, is it water, is it rock, how many levels, what's the shape of it? I think what the department did in this case was look at a few historic car parks that have been built attached to rail lines as part of rail projects and maybe came up with an estimate that way.
So paragraph 2.21 provides a bit of information on that. November 18 was the request.
Okay, so there's a figure that you've provided to the Minister's office and presumably on the back of an envelope multiplying that figure by the number of car spaces is the basis upon which the costing's been done.
I wouldn't make
You
that
can't
judgment,
speculate
Senator.
about
There were,
but that's the only engagement that the department had with the Minister's office about costing, is that right?
I think that's accurate, but I couldn't guarantee that,
I'd need
Senator.
to take that on notice. That's 3 years ago. We'd need to go back and check all the records about that.
Before your time, but to your knowledge now, it's the only time. But you'll on notice tell us if there was any other engagement about costing. I understand one car park has been completed out of the total amount. Can you take us?
No, that's probably old information.
More than one now?
That's been more than one for quite a while. So there are 4 car parks that have been completed to date.
So 4 now out of how many? How many to go?
There's a few out of 48.
48. So 44 to go. What's the forecast delivery timeframe by financial year from here?
So what we provided at last estimates was that 5 are currently under construction, that we expect a further 7 to commence in 2021, and the remainder will commence after that. We can take on notice the actual timing of when we think they'll be complete. I think we took that on notice.
So you'd be able to provide us on notice with a sort of schedule that sets out construction commencement and completion by financial year.
Best estimates, yes.
But I'm right, aren't I, that stretches out to 26, 27?
Look, I'd need to take on notice. The table I've got goes out to 22, 23 onwards, and we'd obviously need to take on notice that, but there are a number that I'm aware of that the timeframe has been pushed out.
I'm not sure I'm pronouncing this properly. Narrawarren? Yep. 26, 27?
I would need to look at the specifics of each individual car park for that.
You'd have to elect the Morrison government 2 more times before that project is open.
There's quite a long tail on infrastructure projects, Senator. We have a 10-year pipeline for that reason. They can take quite some time to both scope, design, consult and then build. And depending on how far along that process you are when the Commonwealth will commit to it, it could be sooner or it could be later. In this case, a whole range of projects were not yet scoped, and that adds a little bit of time to that process.
And I think we had evidence earlier this morning that if that scoping work is done prior to site selection, then you get to project completion more rapidly.
Well, you still have to do all the work. It's just a matter of at what point. So you could plausibly...
But if you
can-
select projects that are not value for money and have additional complexity because you haven't done the due diligence and merit process, they take longer than a site that the proper process.
If it's a
has
novel
gone through.
idea, I think would be the way I'd describe it.
Also, I think the way you're describing there in terms of pushing out timelines, that's assuming you're picking sites that are slightly different to the ones that were selected. I should say the table that we provided does have indicative cash flow forecasts, which is probably at the time this was done, our best estimates of construction start and finish.
Yes, well, I might have some questions about that. Looking at this, even my young eyes can't quite get the font.
I'm with you, Senator. It amazes me how much we can stick in half a page.
I'm pretty young. I look older just because I've had a hard life. Are any of these car parks yet to have a site acquired?
There are a number that we're still going through the feasibility side of things, and the feasibility side helps.
So how many of the
determine-
44? So okay, how many of the 44 are still at feasibility stage?
Someone will come forward and give me that number, but
they don't look very enthusiastic about that. But
no, I would just looking at this. Actually, if you look at that table, it does have whether they're in planning or in delivery.
So if they're in plan, the feasibility process is still being undertaken. Is that right?
We're in that process where
question,
the minister hasn't, because of the way we categorise things as a sort of in planning, under construction or complete, they would still be at that stage where the minister has not approved the delivery project proposal report.
So if I'm asking about feasibility, how many of the 44 are still at a point where feasibility is being...
We can come back to you with that detail. Yes.
So if you're just interested in the car parks, what we've provided to you includes a whole range of other things. But the email that came through with the request this morning was a table simply of the car parks. So you'll find that easier. As the example for us to provide the full UCF list, you'll find that easier to prove. I can liaise with the Secretary.
Yeah, thank you. That would be helpful. But you can't tell me whether it's half of that 44 still in a feasibility assessment or a quarter or...
We can come back to you on notice. I wouldn't want to...
We did actually, I think, table at the spillover hearing, a table that had the detailed in planning and under construction.
That was some time ago. How many are yet to have a site acquired?
We took a question on notice about that.
You must know, though, now.
Not off the top of my head, no. There are certainly a number that we are identifying sites. And that, again, that is part of a feasibility study where you...
So we're aware that there's a car park promised at the very least for Heatherdale, but no site acquired for that. Is that right?
I'm happy to check with the relevant officer. Yeah.
Senator, my name's Rob Bradley. I apologise I don't have a name tag, but I'm the
That's
Assistant
right,
Secretary
Mr Bradley, welcome.
of Victoria, South Australia and Tasmania. Just get the details on Heatherdale. Yeah, it's one of the councils exploring a multi-deck option, Madam Chair. Yeah, so in the case of Heatherdale, council's exploring and we're working there with the Maroondah City Council, and they're exploring a multi-deck option for that.
But site acquisition hasn't happened yet?
No, not at this stage.
And that's not the only site where site acquisition hasn't been, not the only project where site acquisition hasn't been completed?
There are some others where we need to acquire sites. Yes.
We're in almost 2022. The fund, as we discussed, goes broader than car parks. What's the total funding commitment, current total funding commitment for the urban congestion fund?
So it's a $4.8 billion fund, of which approximately $4 billion has been committed.
And are there any other components of that in which the projects or sites have been selected by the same canvassing process that's been used for car parks?
I would refer you to the audit report. The audit report outlines the broad process for that as well.
But the answer is no, isn't it? That there won't be a similar canvassing process for other elements of this, will there?
Are you talking about the unallocated money? It's a matter for government how it selects projects.
Right.
And how much
So-
is unallocated?
890 million.
So 890 million unallocated at this stage, so nearly $1 billion, no guarantee, and I understand you're not in a position to guarantee that the same partisan process won't be engaged in to select sites.
As I said, up to the government how it selects projects.
In answer to a question from Senator Gallagher in July, Mr Boyd from the ANAO said in relation to the Doncaster project, he said, for us the ultimate fail there is when you look at the Doncaster project where the department had to agree with us in the course of our audit that yes, it's not eligible currently. They're saying they will look to make some legal changes so that it will be eligible before construction commences, but that doesn't change the fact that it's been approved under the NLT Act but was not eligible at the time it was approved. Should I take that to mean that the department's seriously looking at a legal mechanism to make what was then an unlawful approval lawful?
No, Senator. We consider the early works on that location as being a government informing itself under the normal functions of government. If there was a choice to proceed with the construction, we would need to understand exactly what powers we would be using in order to proceed with that construction. So
you're saying the decisions... Okay, so let me break that
investigative
down
and
a bit.
research works are the normal functions of government.
Come to the early works bit. So do you agree with Mr Boyd that if a decision was made at the point to proceed on the basis, at the time that he says that it was, that would be unlawful?
This one's actually quite complex. If it was it's a park and ride facility attached to a major road upgrade. If we had funded it as part of a major road upgrade, it would likely be eligible because it's part of a road upgrade as an ancillary. Because it's been identified as a car park, commuter car park intermodal facility, which the purpose of which is to take you from private car vehicle transport onto a train. So you're moving from a road vehicle to a train, you're changing modes. That's where this one falls down, and we really do need to understand better what powers we may be able to use in order to continue with it.
Well,
And
Mr Boyd says where the department had to agree with us in the course of our audit that yes, it's not eligible currently. Is he misrepresenting the department's view?
No, under the intermodal section of the Act, we agree.
So the way the intermodal section works is it's a mode change, not.
Yes, I think I understand the distinction, but the question is the decision to proceed lawful or not, or eligible or not, and there's agreement between the audit office and the department that at that point that it is not.
So I think there's agreement between the department and the audit office that if we were going to approve the delivery side of that car park as an intermodal, then it would not be consistent with the Act. What we are looking at exploring is how best now to deliver that commitment.
So a decision hasn't been made?
So a decision has been made to fund. The funding is for the early stages of the work.
But the decision... Okay, so I want to come on to this. I'm intrigued by this early works as not approval.
So to plan and scope a project.
So when the bulldozers arrive and the hoarding and the fences go up, that's not project commencement. That's pre-decision.
No, planning and scoping work is a, I think we're not anticipating anything along the lines of actual construction or bulldozers work until the end of 2022. What we're in at this stage is a planning and scoping phase, and it's our understanding that the powers of normal activities of government to inform itself on what it may or may wish to do would be appropriately used in this circumstance. When we get to that stage in late 22, where we'll be taking a decision on the next stages of development, the actual construction, we'd need to understand by then, well and truly by then, what the powers are that we've got to do it, or whether or not, in fact, we need to make some changes.
And when you say make some changes, what does that mean?
As you've identified from Mr Boyd, we might need to make some regulatory changes or amendments to the Act. We would have to inform ourselves properly as to what that could be.
So you are considering making... You said before that you're not considering...
Well, I think...
Or are you saying the decision about whether or not you have to try and find some regulatory or legislative fix to render something that was previously unlawful lawful is not a decision for you to take at this time because you haven't reached that point?
No, I think
we've got a point at which that choice has to be made, and we're not there yet. We're informing ourselves as to what that could be.
And the way I describe it...
That's a shambles. Really? That's just not an orderly process, is it?
No, it would have been better if we'd had that information earlier. We conceded that through the audit, and we're taking.
And there's no other. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Carr, but there's no other project where the decision to fund it is an entirely different decision to the decision to proceed, and that you have to sort of do this sort of routine where early works aren't the commencement of the project; they're just assisting the government to make a decision about. I mean, that is...
Well, we wouldn't usually...
That's a sort of elaborate...
No, and
process to go through in order to try and get past the position that you've been foisted with by the government, isn't it?
Well, I would certainly say that we wouldn't usually go through a process like that. What officials did at the time, I think, was contemplate that an intermodal facility may include movement from private to public transport, and yet this is a park and ride facility attached to a major bus station along that road route. So I think that's the judgment that was taken, but whether that judgment was accurate, we now concede wasn't, and we're reviewing to figure out exactly how we can.
Okay, and when would the department have first been aware of the Doncaster project?
I'll take on notice the timing of that.
But immediately, like before or after the election was called, presumably?
Depends on when it was announced.
So these sort of decisions, that assessment that you're talking about, Mr Hallinan, is a question that's not taken over, an assessment that's not made over weeks and months. It's an assessment made over hours and days, isn't it? Because of the nature of the process.
I'd need to take on notice the specifics of this project, but I suspect it was a short turnaround time, yes.
Short turnaround. A decision's made that you have no control over, that you've got to then retrospectively try and make lawful, and then somehow fit that into a project delivery framework.
Look, I agree. Sorry, Senator, I agree with you. It's untidy. We would prefer that this wasn't the case.
Sorry, Senator Rice.
Sorry, yes. Senator, can I just add, though, I mean, obviously from a policy perspective, the more people we get on public transport, the better. And we're obviously looking at policy solutions to that issue as well.
Yes, but I accept that. There are people who don't believe that commuter car parks are a good idea. I accept that. I'm interested in their views, but largely they can play a very important function. But a commuter car park in one place can represent more value for money, for public money, than a commuter car park in another place. May provide for a more efficient, more accessible for commuters to get to a major train station and get themselves to work quickly. I accept that in the Broad, that's not what you're being asked about. You're being asked about site selection decisions, and site selection's been entirely taken out of your hands in this process, hasn't it?
I think the Audit Office outlined the process fairly well.
Yeah, well, you can be a little bit more forthright than that, can't you? I mean, I understand a reference that yes, the Audit Office has said it's been taken out of your hands, but in layman's terms, you haven't got to select the sites, have you?
No, the sites were quite clearly decisions of government.
Selected by ministers, ministerial staffers and party officials.
I can only say they're decisions of government.
Okay, sorry. Senator Rice.
Thank you. Look, I want to first of all just start with the department's response to the ANAO report. Is there anything that you would like to add, or are you comfortable with the department's response to the ANAO report?
I think we're comfortable with the response, or we wouldn't have made it.
Right, good. So, so if I take you to table 3.1, which is in the page 41 of the ANAO report. So you don't take issue with the description in table 3.1 of how the projects, how the 47 car park sites were selected, going to the point of this unusual process?
You know, that looks like a reasonable reflection.
Yep. So at each stage, these car park projects that were selected, they were approved by the Prime Minister or his office, either via letters or a media release, or in one case an email from the Prime Minister's office saying the PMO had approved.
Again, I'd say the Audit Office outlined the process.
Yep. So effectively every single project within the scope of the car parks audit was effectively signed off by the Prime Minister himself.
Well, signed off by the government.
Well, that outline of the selection decision authorisation process has, you know, the Prime Minister being involved in the sign-off of every project.
We don't dispute the table. We don't dispute the table.
Yeah, okay. So that's the beginning of my questions about this, what you've described as an unusual process, and you just described as untidy, I think. And clearly, you know, you had some recommended sites, and then the Minister's office, and as a result of canvassing, had some other sites that they wanted to consider. So look, I want to go to paragraph 2.27 of the ANAO report, where it notes that the department provided a list to the Minister's office and said, happy to exchange lists when you're ready. So you clearly knew at that stage that there was a double process going on. There was your process that you do in the department, and then there was the Minister's office. So, I mean, how was the department aware that the Minister's office had their own list?
I presume there was communication between the officials and the office at the time, and the office may have advised them that they had were identifying projects as well.
You presume that? Can you give me some more detail as to the details of how you know how the department was aware that the Minister's office had their own list?
This is an email from quoted, I think, from an official at the time who was working on the projects at the time. I can't with certainty provide you a response about communications or phone calls that would have been occurring at that stage, but I would anticipate, and my expectation would be, that there would have been some communications between advisors in the office and officials in the department who were working on it, and my anticipation would be that the advisors in the office had provided advice to say they were also trying to identify projects.
So look, could you take on notice, because I'm sure that you're not going to have it with you now, the title of the person in the department who sent that email, so they're happy to exchange lists, and when they sent it?
We can do that.
And any further details that you have on record, as you say, some of it might have been undocumented phone calls, but any documentation of how the department was aware that the Minister had their own list.
Sure.
Okay, so I now want to go to the list that was provided from the department to the Minister's office on the 30th of November 2018, which the ANAO report talk about in paragraph 2.31, which listed 51 potential projects. So where 26 were identified by the department, 24 by the Minister's office. And the ANAO report says, reflecting the limited information provided to the department and the one-day turnaround, the spreadsheets only contained analysis against 2 of the 24 projects identified by the Minister's office. Do you think that that's an adequate standard for the department to be able to be delivering?
I think the department would have preferred more time to undertake further investigation.
So was it an adequate standard?
As a general principle, as I said, I think the department would prefer more time. The actual decision-making powers for these are outside the hands of departments. And
So why was it a rush at that stage?
I don't know, Senator.
So when were all of these projects announced?
So the majority were announced in the budget, and then.
So the budget. So what was the date of the budget?
That was, from memory, an early budget.
2nd of April, I think.
And there would have probably usually infrastructure was announced prior to that, so it would have been around that late March.
So we're talking about, but this was a list that was sent in November with a 1-day turnaround. Why did the department agree to providing information with a 1-day turnaround in November 2018 when these projects weren't announced until the budget, until April
Senator, I think
2019?
the quotes that you've identified say that the department only provided advice against 2 projects.
And wasn't able to provide advice for the others because of the limited time with the 1-day turnaround.
I don't think the department did agree to provide advice. I don't think we would describe the process that way. I think, as articulated...
And you agree that it's inadequate then that the department wasn't able to provide advice on the other projects?
I wouldn't make a judgment on that, Senator. It really does go to whatever the process was at the time and the decision-making environment.
But again, I mean, this is a government program, and which, as I was outlining previously, there are guidelines that were set out for the implementation of this government program, which said that these projects would be driven by evidence, that they would include ensuring that projects complement city deals and urban redevelopment projects, and particularly the given by evidence, that they would be based on addressing problems identified through an evidence-based process where the benefits of the project could be clearly identified. So clearly the department wasn't able to do that, were you?
I think certainly in that circumstance, if we could only provide advice on 2 of them, then we didn't.
You didn't? No. So how then is this decision-making consistent with the principles of the Urban Congestion Fund?
I'm not entirely certain about when the decisions were taken on that list and the circumstances under which they were undertaken. What paragraph are you referring to, Senator?
It's the outline. I mean, it's in the ANAO report in paragraph investment principles and policy objective 3.32 gives you the investment principles.
Yeah, certainly in that circumstance, Senator, the department's advice didn't cover those areas.
So Senator, can I just go back on announcements? Some of the projects were announced late January through to March.
But again, you weren't given the opportunity by government to have the time to make any evidence-based assessment, were you? Regardless of whether they were announced in January, March or April.
The department provided the best advice it could within the timeframes that were provided.
But you agree that best advice was not consistent with the principles of the whole fund? So
I think in an earlier answer I outlined that the governance arrangements agreed to the government were sort of set out in paragraph 2.7.
Yes.
I would say though, across the broader UCF, if you look at the individual projects, they are clearly aimed at improving traffic flow, cycling pedestrian safety, intersection upgrades, and I would say that those types of projects are consistent with the broad principles of the UCF. Those
governance framework that was laid out in paragraph 2.7 said that projects would be identified through ongoing engagement with relevant stakeholders, which may include seeking project proposals and could include obtaining advice from infrastructure agencies. But for these projects, there wasn't, the relevant stakeholders seemed to be limited to coalition MPs.
We weren't involved in any of that communication.
So you weren't able to, in fact, implement that governance process, were you, with your 1-day turnaround at that stage in November 2018?
So the government selected the projects and the department's being dutifully implementing consistently.
But your governance processes was that that projects would be identified through ongoing engagement with relevant stakeholders, which may include seeking project proposals and could include obtaining advice from infrastructure agencies. Because you were required to make a turnaround on a one-day notice, and later on we had 2 days or 4 days notice, you weren't able to implement that governance process, were you?
Senator, this is an uncomfortable area of evidence for us because it really does go into deliberative processes of government, and it is an area that we don't usually traverse. If I can refer you to paragraph 3.40 of the audit report, I think it's identified what the department was able to do in the timeframes that we had available to us.
Another part of the process, again with the lists, the work that the department did in November 2018, where the Minister's Office told the department that there were a number of additional projects. So again, this engagement with the Minister, and they also asked you to add a column to the list. How did the Minister's Office convey that request?
I'd need to check the specifics, but I'm pretty sure that would have been via an email.
Could you take on notice?
I will
and provide
take on notice
that?
the specifics, but there was certainly, and it's outlined in the audit report, email correspondence between the Department and Minister's Office over that period. So my immediate assumption it was probably via an email, but I will take on notice to make sure that's accurate.
Okay, and so as you've already said, you were aware that the Minister's Office had a separate process for identifying projects, which you weren't privy to. Yep. Were you aware that this spreadsheet that you were adding that additional column to was being used for a meeting with the Prime Minister?
I would say I think we were aware there was a meeting with the Prime Minister. I think that was captured in one of the email correspondence.
So, and were you aware then that this spreadsheet was going to be used for that meeting with the Prime Minister?
The purpose of the spreadsheet was to allow government to make appropriate, or I'll remove that word appropriate, to make decisions. And so was the department aware that, yes,
that the purpose of that spreadsheet was going to be made for the department to make decisions, including with a meeting with the Prime Minister? Yeah,
I will take on notice the specific, but I'm pretty sure I recall reading an email where it was very, very clear there would be a future meeting with the Prime Minister.
Okay. Look, I know we're running out of time. I just want to quickly go moving forward from now. You've said that we've got $400 billion that has been committed from now on. How many, and $890 million that's currently not allocated. Of that $4 billion that's been committed, how much of that has not yet been announced?
No, they're all announced.
They're all announced?
Yes.
Okay, so they're all announced. So we've got that committed $4 billion. So there's almost $1 billion, though, that's not currently allocated.
That's correct. Yes.
If
you add up the information in the tables we've provided, it should
tally up
the numbers if we've given you the right project list.
Okay. I just wanted to go to the recommendations that the ANAO made to the department, which I think you accepted all the recommendations. I mean, yes. They're outlined in summary at the top of Chapter 4. That the department needed to undertake sufficient inquiries to demonstrate that projects for funding are eligible for approval before it makes a funding recommendation to the Minister, develop merit assessment criteria to provide a sound basis for value for money assessments, and identifying and applying relevant assessment benchmarks when examining the merits of funding projects that are the result of non-competitive selection processes. Is that process going to be followed for the $890 million of currently not allocated projects?
So, Senator, if I can, just a couple of things. You've probably just paraphrased the response. We were very, very detailed in our response to say we accepted the recommendations, and there are a few things that we provided additional clarification on. But as I said before, the decision on projects is a matter for government, so I can't give any.
So, but you accepted. I mean, I did paraphrase them because they're just.
It's
for reasons of time.
Correct, it's a long response, yes.
But you basically accepted those recommendations from the ANAO.
Yes, we did. I think I would draw your attention, though, we did sort of say that we do believe that the infrastructure investment program has very robust processes and criteria, including when you look at the Act, Section 11 of the Act talks about appropriateness.
Can you tell me what processes are currently underway for determining how that $890 million that is currently not allocated is going to be spent?
That would go into deliberations of...
No, it would go into the appropriate processes as the ANAO. I don't want you to go in all to the detail. I just want to step me through the processes that how you are going to accept, as you said, accept those recommendations of the ANAO to develop merit assessment criteria, identify and apply relevant assessment benchmarks. How are you doing that now? We're less than 6 months out from an election.
Senator, I think in the first instance we're waiting on finalisation of the existing costs of projects that are in planning. They will undoubtedly take up some of that $800 million that's currently uncommitted, in my view. And if there's remaining funding, we'll have a process to identify additional projects.
And so you haven't mapped out what that process currently looks like?
We wouldn't anticipate undertaking a process, or I haven't anticipated undertaking a process like that until we have until we have a better understanding of how much money there may be to commit. This is a 10-year program, a 10-year pipeline. We've got commitments of the vast bulk of the funding. It's a little bit over 80% of the funding over a 10-year pipeline. I wouldn't anticipate new projects plausibly coming online for another few years. So we have quite a lot of time to get that right.
So you don't expect that any of that $890 billion to be announced prior to the election as, you know, new, whether they're government commitments or, you know, government projects or election commitments?
That would be a matter for governments, for the government if it made any decisions to do so.
And another situation where you don't have the time to do a proper analysis because you don't even have a process worked out now.
As I said, I think we would be, we're in a position where we're waiting to understand exactly how much of that funding will be used as projects are scoped to their full extent, and we understand how much they will be. The projects that are in planning, there are quite a few of them, they are to some extent at risk, and we're trying to manage that, Senator.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the department for coming along today. I do want to try and wrap us up by 1 o'clock, so I'll be as economical with my questions as I can. We've heard from previous witnesses this morning that references to the UCF being a grant program. Can you please confirm whether or not the UCF is a grant program?
No, the UCF is a program under the National Partnership Agreement, which is between the Commonwealth and the states on land transport, which is part of the Federal Financial Relations Framework and is not subject to the grant rules and guidelines, and I think is probably better described as a Commonwealth state financial transfers agreement, Senator.
Thank you. Noting that the federal government has committed to commuter car parks at specific stations, who's actually responsible for scoping the sites for the car parks? Is it the Commonwealth or is it the delivery partner?
Yes, Senator. So we partner with states and councils, so that would be the delivery partner.
Thank you very much. How many total packages of work are in the UCF?
So the broad UCF or car parks?
Broad UCF, please.
I'll just make sure I've got the latest number. So there's currently 182 sites across the broader UCF.
Great. And how many packages of work within the UCF are expected to be complete or underway by the end of this calendar year and the end of next calendar year?
So of the broader UCF, 35 packages of work have been completed, 39 further are underway. Expected to commence by December 21 is another 25, and expected to commence by 2022 a further 49.
Right, and just in the interest of time, if you could provide to the committee on notice which the responses to those same questions, total packages of work and when they're expected to be complete or underway for commuter car parks specifically, that would be appreciated. From the time a project's announced, what are the steps involved before construction begins, and how long does this usually take?
I think, Senator, probably the best way to describe it is every project is broadly unique. It does depend on the scale, size and complexity, but if you were going to put it in general terms, you need to go through a feasibility stage, you need to go through a design, a detailed design. Depending on the projects, that will obviously then involve planning requirements. You must obviously comply with all planning laws. That could involve environmental impact assessments as well. Then you've got to go through a procurement phase before you let the contracts, and then once you've let the contracts, you're into the construction phase, and once you've finished it, you're then into the completion phase, which includes making sure any warranties and defects are taken care of before you close out the project.
Is it unusual for the Commonwealth to invest in projects that still require detailed planning before delivery can commence?
No, I'd say there's quite a few of those. Melbourne Airport Rail Link, for instance, is one that's going through that process at the moment.
That's good to know. And I think we partly addressed this in my first couple of questions, but what's the Commonwealth's role in delivering these projects, particularly versus the state and territory or council delivery partners?
So we once a decision's been made on a project, we add it to the relevant state schedules, so that way under the National Partnership Agreement we can make appropriate payments as it moves through milestones. The delivery partner, I guess sort of by name, outlines what they do. They go through the various stages. They are responsible for delivery. We obviously partner with them as a key funder. We have appropriate arrangements in place to make sure we're monitoring the progress, and Commonwealth ministers make appropriate decisions about funding under the Act. But the engagement of consultants, engagement of contractors is a matter for the delivery partner.
Thank you. I think that addresses a few of the questions that I had here. And just finally, has the Minister or the Department undertaken a review of all of the UCF projects?
So the Minister has gone through and had a look at all the projects. There were a number of projects that the government made decisions on to provide either additional money to or de-scope, depending on the outcome of those reviews.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question. What decisions were taken as a result of that review? But I think you've partly answered that.
Yes, Senator.
Wonderful. That's all from me, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Just finally, I'm amazed we're going only 15 minutes over time. I think Mr. Whealy, in his earlier evidence, described authorisation on the strength of a prime ministerial press release as an inadequate form of authorisation. I mean, that sounds to me like a reasonable observation to make. I think the department confirmed previously in estimates that you took at least one project as having been authorised by funding because you saw the press release. Were there any others that you took as being authorised on the same basis?
To best of my knowledge, that was the only one.
I think if there were, it would have been identified in the audit report, Senator, so I think that's safe, yes. So
just that one.
And I'd say it's very unusual, but it's not without precedent over a long period of time.
And how does authorisation by press release work in terms of your PGPA Act obligations and your... How do you make that fit?
Well, as we brief on a project, Senator, we'll provide a brief to a minister who is then at some point making a commitment of finances, entering a contract, entering an agreement. Our PGPA Act responsibilities come into play with decisions to actually commit the funding legally. I think I would describe it as a government policy announcement. The department will then go away and work on how to implement it, and through that process there'll be advice into government, advice to ministers, whoever the relevant delegate is under law, to make a choice on implementation or otherwise. And that stage, I think, in the National Partnership Agreement is captured in the notes on administration of various stages of project implementation, Senator.
And in order to sort of retrofit all of that to what's essentially a decision to allocate funds, you have to draw a distinction, don't you, between the commencement of the project, as we sort of went through a bit of this discussion before, didn't we? That you have to split hairs in terms of when a project is considered approved.
I don't think so, Senator.
It's not a decision. It's not a decision to proceed. Isn't the same as a.
No, there are probably really clear legal points in this one, and I don't think a government policy announcement is the clear legal point of the commitment of funding.
It's more than a policy announcement, though, isn't it?
Well, no, it's a specific policy to implement.
Money's allocated.
A project. That implementation of the project requires certain legal steps to be undertaken, and our administrative law is appropriately considered in those steps for implementation.
Okay, thank you.
Under the PGPA Act, did you provide advice to the Minister that the funding of the car parks would be economical and ethical, the 4 E's?
As part of our process, we make sure that we provide advice to the Minister under the National Land Transport Act. That also has a reference to the PGPA Act, the 4 E's, yes.
So, and did you provide advice that the funding for these projects, including the ones that you couldn't assess, was going to be economical and ethical?
So I think there's a distinction between couldn't assess at the time versus couldn't assess once we've done further work.
So if a government has announced that it wishes us to do something, to pursue a course of action, it would be entirely appropriate for a department to negotiate with a partner to undertake feasibility, to identify how you could deliver it. That's all entirely fine. The question I think that you'd be considering this point at is, at which point are you committing funding, and does it meet the requirements of your PGPA Act and your Land Transport Act and administrative law packages?
Providing car parks at Brighton Beach and Glenferrie Station where there's clearly no need, and in fact it's probably not economical, it's not, and in terms of overall good transport planning, sort of not an appropriate thing to do.
We would need to undertake an assessment of that once we have the evidence, Senator. And it would go into a decision-making process of government.
On that note, with the sense that we could spend quite some time on that question, I'll suspend for the lunch break. Thank representatives of the department for your evidence today. Just indicate to our friends from the ANAO that have just turned up that we've run over time a bit, not unprecedented, and we'll return at 1:35. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I should indicate as well that questions on notice, if there were any.
19th?
The 19th, thank you, yes. Australian National Audit Office. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Officers of the department are also reminded that any claim that it would be contrary to the public interest to answer a question must be made by a minister and should be accompanied by a statement setting out the basis for the claim. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Deputy Auditor General. Carla Jago, Group Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group.
Brian Boyd, Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group.
Tracy Bremner, Audit Manager, Performance Audit Services Group.
Welcome. Do any of you have an opening statement?
No, you don't.
I wouldn't have thought that you would.
I think we've made a lot of statements about this
I'm
already.
obliged to ask.
Yes, no opening statement, Chair.
Thanks very much. I think I might just start where I left off with the department. I think Mr. Boyd, in answer to questions from Senator Gallagher back in July about project eligibility, you said, for us the ultimate fail there is when you look at the Doncaster project, where the department had to agree with us in the course of our audit that yes, it's not eligible currently. They are saying they will look to make some legal changes so that it will be eligible before construction commences, but that doesn't change the fact that it's been approved under the NLT Act but was not eligible at the time it was approved. Now, I think the evidence that we heard from the department broadly agreed with what you said at the time, and they've certainly left open the prospect of considering changes to legislation or regulation to retrospectively make that decision lawful. Are you aware of what legal route there would be to retrospectively secure that result?
No, Senator, I'm not.
And they didn't discuss that with you at the time?
They would. We could see from the records they were contemplating themselves in relation to Doncaster. But I think it's probably worth being clear in respect to the Doncaster project. It's been approved for full funding for construction as well, not just for planning scoping work, which I think the department might have indicated to you that was not yet fully approved. It was approved for the full $6 million back in May of 2020.
Yes, well, I didn't understand that evidence and didn't make much progress. That's why I said at the end there appeared to be an effort to split hairs about when the decision was made, but you say that it was fully funded at that point.
Yes, I think we talked about in the audit report when we looked at the assessment process. At the time we finished, there were 23 projects which had been approved for scoping/development type work. So you're still sorting out some of the key details around the project. You know,
yes,
what could be done, how many car spaces, what it would cost, and so forth. There were 10 which had been approved for full funding, which, in other words, the funding to actually construct the project as well as to plan and scope it. And Doncaster is one of those. So $6 million is the amount for Doncaster. $6 million is what was approved in May 2020 by the Minister under the NLT Act. So at least at that stage, there was no further NLT Act approval required, which might include, if you like, sorting out eligibility. Eligibility had been assessed at that time, and full funding, as I say, approved for $6 million for the Doncaster project.
Well, how can that be reconciled with what the department said to us an hour ago?
I don't know, Senator. I'm just explaining to you that the $6 million isn't for scoping development works. It is for the project to actually proceed, which is what I think, if you go to the audit report where we discussed Doncaster, that's what we're saying in the audit report.
So paragraph legal or not, they decided to, they funded it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, there isn't, unless something has changed since we completed, there wasn't a further NLT Act assessment and approval process to follow for Doncaster, which might include further consideration of eligibility. It had already been assessed as eligible and approved as an eligible project, even though, as we set out, the department, it seemed to us, was acknowledging at the time when we finished our audit work that it was not actually eligible, because when you look at Doncaster, to be approved as an intermodal project, you're requiring it to be a change in mode of transport. And Doncaster was essentially, bus and other forms of road transport, not a change to rail transport.
And even if there'd been some subsequent process, that doesn't obviate that the decision made at the time was not a lawful
Which was really our point about exactly how robust, because as I think when you quote me as ultimate fail, what we're saying is Doncaster isn't the only one. What we're saying is when we looked at how eligibility was approached by the department, and we set this out in the audit report, we didn't think it was a strong approach in the sense that your proponents might indicate we're eligible under this section of the Act, and we're saying, okay, for most of NLT that may not be a challenging exercise because you're funding projects on the national highway system and so forth, quite straightforward. The car park component is a different type of thing to what the Commonwealth has traditionally funded out of the NLT framework, and even the Urban Congestion Fund itself is something not completely run-of-the-mill for them. So to us, we say overall with the design of the program, we think it required some tailoring, if I put it that way, of the administrative arrangements rather than just applying what was already there and been used for many, many years for, say, projects on the National Land Transport Network, old National Highway, roads to recovery, these sort of things. That's very familiar work. Car park projects was not.
And they're just the design of, well, to the extent the process was designed, it meant that those normal considerations were just swept aside in terms of the planning, in terms of the approval process.
I wouldn't say so much set aside. They ran them through their usual project proposal process.
They made the decision,
or after the decision had been taken about who were the candidates. So there's a defined population as to here are the 47 sites with 44 projects that are to be considered, and then either the proponent accepts they're the proponent, or you try and find a proponent who will actually then bring forward for consideration, because I think, as we also discussed back in July at those estimates, the Commonwealth does not deliver these projects itself, and indeed, consistent with the broader infrastructure investment program framework, one of the investment principles for the UCF was actually you would have a co-funding, a partnership arrangement with your delivery agents. And as we, so that's a common part of it, which you would look to see assessed as part of the project proposal report. But the challenge here, as we said at the time, was the Commonwealth having decided of itself what the projects would be without that level of engagement. In some cases, they had difficulties having the state government, if that's the case, or the local council agree that this is a project that they wanted to progress and/or would put their own funds into as well.
And how legitimate would it be from the ANAO's perspective for the government to retrospectively legislate or to amend regulations to make a project that was unlawful become lawful?
I think that's a matter for the Parliament, Senator. If the government brings forward legislation to affect something, that's something that you debate in this place.
So perhaps, fair enough. Maybe I should ask it in another way then. Would that leave question? Would that entirely resolve the issues as far as the ANAO was concerned?
Well, I think we've called something at the time
against
the framework in place at the time. If the Parliament agrees to amend the framework, whether it does it retrospectively or prospectively, matter for the Parliament. We wouldn't change the call we made at the time because we audited against that framework.
We weren't just calling Doncaster out, as I was trying to say. Our question was we're auditing the process applied here, and we're saying the process for eligibility, even for those where it's demonstrable at the time that they were clearly eligible. In some cases, we point out, well, you relied upon a sub-clause which isn't relevant, but there was a clearly relevant sub-clause you could have relied upon. So in substance, it was eligible, but clearly from our perspective, your process isn't very sound. If you're calling things eligible, if I call it on a false basis, even though it is in substance eligible, the problem with Doncaster, as we say, is it's one where if you look at all the sub-clauses available to them, and including their own legal advice, leads you to the position that it doesn't satisfy any of those. There's others where, as I say, their process meant they were saying you're eligible as this, but you don't actually satisfy that requirement. You can satisfy another one. But to us, that's the process problem that we're auditing.
So that would be a process problem of itself.
Yes.
But you're just saying, in respect of that project in particular, there's just no pathway to make it eligible.
Their legal advice under the current framework, no.
And that they made that much plain. Are there any other examples in your professional work where the government sort of reaches back, retrospectively changes the regulations to make something that wasn't lawful?
None comes to mind from auditing work, and I guess as parliamentarians you'd be aware of governments.
Sorry, maybe I should make it a bit
wrongs and
I might make it more specific. When something has been pointed out in your audit reports as deficient, has the government ever contemplated or changed the law retrospectively to obviate your, to attempt to obviate your assessment of it as unlawful?
We've audited in the NLT space on and off for quite some time, ever since back when it was originally called the AusLink Act.
Yes.
And I can't recall having seen this. I guess part of my hesitation is that this is not a grant program per the Commonwealth grant rules and guidelines, but
Yes.
it's a funding program, but it exhibits many of the characteristics that you typically see with a grant program.
Yep.
But in grant programs which aren't subject to a legislative framework like the NLT, it's not I wouldn't say it's frequent, but we do see ineligible projects that are either assessed as ineligible or that were in reality ineligible funded. But because they're not under a statutory framework other than the PGPA Act, they don't require that subsequent change of legislation to address that ill. It's more a matter of the rules of the program as per the guidelines mean you shouldn't have been funded as eligible, but you were, but it doesn't have that NLT Act dimension as well, if you understand what I'm saying, Senator.
I think it's also fair to say that outside of legislation but inside of rules, the Auditor-General from time to time does make recommendations to government to tighten up some rules or clarify rules.
Yes.
And that does happen.
Yes.
So if we're operating in a framework where there's ambiguity or greyness, or we get feedback from entities that they're struggling, we might make recommendations, for example, to the government to tighten up a rule or make something clearer. And we see a bit of that coming through the system in various places.
And that would be prospectively, though?
Usually, yes. Yeah.
Almost all the time?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Can you think of any retrospective?
I honestly can't, Senator.
Just want to ask some questions about costing. What the department said in effect, and they'll provide us with more details on notice, is that they were asked in late 2018 to provide a generalised costing figure, which I think they accepted was sort of per car space multiplier, basically, to assess the cost of projects, which then it appears was then used in the press releases and announcements as the basis for... we heard evidence from some in industry that the projects are much more expensive than the industry norm. Is there anything about that process of the canvassing process being informed, excuse me, by a costing of that kind?
I recall that engagement in terms of between the office and the department, in terms of, if you like, some sort of indicative figures. My recollection is that the department's advice had some pretty had some caveats around it, because they did the best they could based on some work. I think it was probably out of a couple of states, and it was to a certain degree looking at what was publicly available information. Because, as I said earlier, this funding community car parks isn't something the Commonwealth has a long history in, and therefore a lot of experience. So the department's not able to draw on its own databases of experience. And certainly, I think I didn't see a lot of the department's evidence, but I think I saw a bit where they're actually themselves acknowledging there's a lot. There can be site-specific factors as well as a range of other factors which go into what it might cost, should it actually be practically and geotechnically and other aspects feasible to actually do what you wish to do at that site, should there be indeed a site available. So there's a lot of things at play that need to go into
And these were just, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Boyd, but these were just industry standard numbers that
I wouldn't
used.
call them industry standard. From what I recall of it, it was the department seeing what it could glean from what state governments have been funding in this sort of space to work out what are the sort of range of figures it might cost. And they themselves, as I recall it, their advice was that there's a wide range of costs, which I think, if anything, just demonstrates the point. It's quite dangerous to actually be thinking there's a, if you like, a formula here as to what's the cost per space to build a car park, irrespective of what state it's in, what locality within particular cities. It's not so straightforward.
And the nature of these, well, at the very least, yes, all of those site-specific drivers of cost you've alluded to, but at the very least we know that many of them being adjacent to railway lines of itself brought in additional cost.
Yes, and I guess what we saw in terms of what was coming forward, I recall that, you know, what led up to if I call them the first and the second main tranches. You had the first main tranche decided upon in January 2019, the second one in April 2019. Leading up to that second tranche, I remember the numbers going in there. It was a significant majority of what was being proposed was irrespective of what state, irrespective of what location. It was 300 to 500 spaces for $15 million, which I think you could see that, and that's where the program essentially has ended up. That was never likely to be a sort of reasonable prospect, which is why I think when we were up here in July, we were being asked questions around X thousand of spaces for Y dollars announced gives you a pretty good return. I think what we're trying to say then, and we're still saying now, is that it's pretty. I think it's our sort of language. We wouldn't be comfortable relying upon publicly announced figures developed up through that sort of process as the basis for concluding, because we've said we can construct car parks to provide this many spaces for this dollar's cost, that is actually something which can and therefore will be achieved, and we can, if you like, bank the achievement of the program at the announcement stage. There's a lot that has to go through, and you can see that in the audit report where we talk about the fact, as I said earlier, at the time we finished our work, of the 33 sites where there'd been a project approval, 23 of those were just planning and development, which tells you there's a lot that needs to happen for most of the projects before we can actually confidently say there'll be this many car parks for this much dollars delivered.
But the Prime Minister used those figures in terms of the announcements that he made that were effectively decisions of government when he made the announcements. That's how it worked, wasn't it?
Those two tranches, they were in large part, the decisions were made within government before there were any public announcements. So there were some where the public announcements preceded the formal approval process within government. There was a couple where we talk about the fact there isn't the usual formal approval process.
Yeah.
But I guess the other thing we talk about in the audit report is the fact that when the department, and particularly for those scoping development work approvals, at that stage it was quite common for the department not to have from the project proponents for any assessment work to be done a figure saying this is how many car spaces you will get for the dollars we're looking at, which I think really to us.
So then where would the headline figure have come from?
Well, this is where I say it was coming through this process, which to what extent that work by the department saying here are the sort of range of figures we're seeing from some research, that led to those, as I say, I think we described in July as almost like a menu thing, as I say, 300 to 500 spaces, $15 million, $10 million was another common figure. It was of that ilk rather than in most cases something where you could see something that looked more site specific in terms of the number of spaces and the dollars. Indeed, when you're saying a range of 300 to 500 car spaces, that's a pretty broad range when you think about it.
Yeah.
It's at that itself, it's not very precise.
So when you say a sort of figure of $10 million, if there's no precision there, it's just a notional figure, isn't it? It has no real meaning in terms of process or substance or costing.
And this, one of the things the audit report discusses is the extent of engagement with the project proponents, the people likely to deliver the project, indeed the people that own the land, to actually tease some of these things out. That process occurred after government had made a decision that these are the projects within the car park component rather than before that. So that's why I say when projects are then getting their delivery and scoping approval under the NLT Act, it's at that stage they're actually trying to work out how many car spaces can we get, what will it cost, and if you're not getting figures similar, and this is commonly the case, figures similar to what was announced, it's okay, what can we move here? And you can already see that with how the departments post the audit coming back and advising the additional money for some projects were unable to continue with, the number of car parks for others might change.
Mr. Boyd, I just want to take you through a couple of other things I'm a bit worried about. I think in July at estimates, you were asked about whether the canvassing process extended beyond the car parks, and you said, sorry, I haven't been clear enough. The canvassing was never just car parks. The canvassing was broader UCF, of which the car parks were obviously a component. Can you tell us what other components of the Urban Congestion Fund were subject to this canvassing process?
So there's really only one other component of the... unless something's changed, our understanding is there's the UCF and there's, if you like, it's not quite quarantine, but it's of that ilk. There's one quarantine component which is just for car parks. The rest of the UCF, as we understand it, and unless something's changed, is the bulk. There aren't a series of other car park component similar like things. So the other ones, there's some road projects, intersection projects, those sort of things. They're all part of the broader UCF. It's only the car parks where it's not quite quarantine, but it's like an amount set aside which is just for those.
But when you say the canvassing was never just car parks, the canvassing was broader UCF.
Yes.
What do you mean?
So people weren't just asked to bring forward their car park projects, they were asked to bring forward their UCF projects, which included car park projects. The focus of our work after Chapter 2 of the report, which was on design more broadly, was on the car park components, which is why we really only just talk about the canvassing there. What I was trying to say was when the input would come from those being canvassed, it wouldn't be, say, here's my car park projects, here's my other UCF, it'd be all in one.
So there's don't want to put words in your mouth. Your audit was in relation to the car parks program. There may be questions in terms of the way that the canvassing process determined decision making about the other components of the Urban Congestion Fund, which is substantial, but you haven't undertaken that work yet.
No, we can see that it was the same process being employed. But what work we haven't done is actually look at the detail of that as how it was applied to the non-car park projects.
Sorry, Senator, we also don't know what other process was employed more broadly.
Yes, that's why I say you haven't undertaken that work.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
In respect of your question, we've seen something while we're doing something else. We haven't audited the UCF more broadly, so we haven't seen what else occurred in there. So it's very hard to answer your question because all we've done is mentioned in our evidence or our testimony that we've seen something while we've been doing this. We couldn't comment on whether or not the process for UCF was narrow. And that's billions of dollars worth of work
that goes to other, as you say, roads, other sort of traffic projects.
Yes, but we couldn't sit here today and say the only way that projects got up was through canvassing as described in the car parks audit. We have no knowledge of what other work the department was engaged in supporting or not on UCF more broadly.
Yes, I accept that. But what you are saying, isn't it, is that those behaviours around canvassing were
canvassing occurred.
Were happening in relation to the other components of the fund to the extent that you saw it.
Yes.
And you don't have any other information to suggest that any other driver of decision making was or wasn't happening.
I think it's worth emphasising again, our chapters 3 and onwards of the audit report are focused on car park component.
Yes.
Chapter 2 is on design of UCF broadly. If you go to paragraph 2.35, you'll see, and this is part of the broader design work we did. At the time we did our work, there's 155 projects selected for funding commitment under the UCF, including the car parks. And this was part of our audit work. Of those 155, 9 had been put forward by the department. So that's included in our audit work. What we then don't go through and say, okay, of those 155, say take out the car park ones, which means you've got a little over 100 left. We haven't gone through and scrutinised those 100 as to how they came forward and when and what sat behind them and the approval processes then employed under the NLT Act, as we did with the car park projects. But what we did do, as I say, is look at the broader UCF design, including here's the investment principles, talking about what would be the basis upon which the program would run. We looked at whether those principles, which from our perspective they're quite sound, whether they were translated into some sort of implementation strategy, which we criticise the department for not having done that and advised upon that. And then what we then look at is factually, okay, of what got actually put into the UCF, which at the time we did our work, and that's probably changed, it was 155, 47 car park, but of the 155, only 9 of those which I think none of those are car parks. 9 of those came through any work of the department.
At that point in time.
At that point in time, and you haven't been back and haven't made a decision at this stage. Is there any prospect of that? Of you working your way back to that?
Well, we're starting to build our annual audit work program for 22-23, and I've no doubt that in amongst this portfolio's work, a number of things will come up. UCF may, whether it makes it onto the program, too early to call.
Yes, and I wouldn't seek to influence the audit office at all in terms of future decision making, but
I think that.
But it's apparent to you at the very least that the same canvassing process which corrupted this process was going on there. What you can't say is whether or not it determined the outcomes in the same way that it determine the outcomes in the car park process.
We, of course, wouldn't say it quite that way, Senator.
Yeah.
We would say that there was evidence gathered during the course of this audit that included canvassing processes on the broader UCF program, but we haven't gone beyond that observation.
So there's the prospect of further investigations. There's $890 million left over unallocated at this stage. Is there anything that you're aware of that would constrain the government from going through the same process of allocating that money in a way that's managed in the minister's offices and the candidates and the Liberal Party's offices?
Well, I think there's two things.
Has the department been able to tell you that money will be allocated in a way that the department's engaged in that's consistent with their obligations under the PGPA Act, or...?
Well, that's what I was about to go, Senator. There's, as we set out in the audit report, I think we do it particularly clearly. I think it started chapter 4, it might be. There's two legislative frameworks at play. There's the PGPA Act framework, and in each case the department advised. So you've got the process which, as we've discussed, of the 47 sites being agreed to by government. That's where, say, either through formal exchange of letters, election commitments confirmed post-election through an election commitment letter, all those, Gosford and Mitcham being the announcement email ones. That's where the portfolio minister was required to get, and this is not controversial, it's not all that unusual, was required to get the agreement of the Prime Minister to what would be included as the projects in the program. There's then the separate statutory approval processes that follow, and certainly at the time of our work, not all of those had actually occurred.
Yeah.
But there's two statutory approval processes: the NLT Act, which we talked a bit about Doncaster, where there's two tests. There's an eligibility test, effectively the Act calls them different things, and there's what's similar to a value for money test under the PGPA Act. They're under consecutive sections in the NLT Act, but allied with that, parallel to it, but separate to that, is the PGPA Act test. And on each occasion, ministers only approved funding on the basis of advice from the department that it was both a proper use of money, being efficient, effective, ethical and economical under the PGPA Act, and also that it satisfied both tests under the NLT Act, being it's eligible and the NLT Act calls it appropriate, which, as I say, is similar to a value for money test. And so those two legislative frameworks need to govern whatever happens. However it is, it's decided which are the projects that are to be the ones to be considered for funding.
That didn't stop the process happening the way that you've described it, and it doesn't.
Because there's nothing under the NLT Act, indeed there's nothing under the PGPA Act, which requires an open competitive approach. What we've observed, and we actually point to this, I think in chapter 2 or 3 of the audit report, where there's nothing that under the NLT Act that requires a particular process, and there's different processes. The broad national highway things happen more in consultation with states and territories, but there are programs. You've got roads recovery, where it's basically a shared arrangement. So every council gets a pot of money decided through a formula. There's we audited a bridges renewal program a few years ago. There's a heavy vehicle safety program. Those open through an open call for applications. So there's different ways can be used legally under the NLT Act to decide upon what are the projects which we may then approve for funding. The question for us, as we set out in the audit report, is that it was proposed early on, and as we say in the audit report, Treasury was quite supportive of this, that you have an open competitive approach as the best way to identify the candidates. That was not, the Department of Infrastructure didn't support that, and that's not where things ended up. But I guess from our perspective, that makes it more difficult when you get to that statutory approval process. How do you satisfy yourself these are value for money if the only thing you've got to compare it to is each project on its own, rather than, okay, these are the best of what's available. So there wasn't a process that went through by saying, say, just stick to car parks, here are the lines, here are the areas where the pinch points are greatest, which if you applied the investment principles of the program as set out, evidence-based, looking at focusing on pinch points, co-funding, if they'd applied those principles, you'd have a very different selection process, almost,
I think the short answer to your question is there's nothing in the legislative frame that determines what the process is for identification of projects. That is a decision that government takes, and in this one it took the decision that it did, and that's what we audited against.
Yes, yes. No, thank you for that. And I think that would, well, it's certainly worrying that there's $1 billion which could be allocated in the same way. Just, I was struck as well during the department's evidence by this confirmation that the department sought legal advice about whether or not the audit office had powers to examine documents related to the canvassing from Minister Tudge's office. Were you made aware during the audit that the department had sought that advice? Did they discuss that with you?
Yes, they did. I think under the Legal Services directions, our Act is administered by the Prime Minister for AO purposes as well. And there was consultation with PM&C. Both the Department of Infrastructure and PM&C contacted us. We put views forward. What I can say is that we're confident that our access powers are sufficient. They work, and it's not unusual for us to have questions, perhaps not right up to the point of people seeking legal advice, but to have questions about the extent of our powers, more particularly in entities that aren't used to being audited. But there are questions that people ask along the way, and on this occasion, the department chose to seek legal advice.
So I want to come to the extent of your powers and whether there are any questions. It sounds like the answer is that you're confident about the powers that you have. What was the sequence of events that led to the department seeking legal advice?
Well, I can't speak for what was happening at their end.
No, sorry. As far as you know, were you consulted prior to the department seeking legal advice?
My recollection is that we were told by the department that it was seeking legal advice.
And there was no discussion about whether or not you had powers to access that material prior to that?
I don't recall there being discussion about a challenge to our access powers. It was more a case of clarifying. Certainly my recollection is in the discussion I indicated to the Deputy Secretary that we were confident that we had the powers. The department indicated it was seeking advice because it didn't share our confidence. I think that's fine. People are handing over. We have enormous powers, access to everything, and we make very big calls on what we do.
And was the Deputy Secretary of Transport, or was there contact from the Prime Minister's?
The Deputy Secretary of Infrastructure called me to say the department was seeking advice. And then through the normal process that happens with AGS, PM&C then brought us into the loop, if you like, as the advice was being prepared. And that's normal and appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rice.
Thank you. Thanks. And look, thanks for being with us again today. I want to start with paragraph 2.30 in your report, where you note that Minister Tudge requested a column be added to the project spreadsheet ahead of a meeting with the Deputy PM and then a subsequent meeting with the Prime Minister. So this was essentially, do you believe this was part of the canvassing work that led to the project selection?
Yes, Senator.
And so then we then had 51 projects in the spreadsheet, and the department sent back, so almost half of them were identified by the Minister's office, was in the end, wasn't it?
There was an iterative process, yes, Senator.
Yep. And so, and from what you were able to see, the Minister's office was clearly tracking the electorates with a map showing the allocation based on the state and party?
The map wasn't the main vehicle. There was documents in play, and those documents were organised by state and then by electorate.
Right. But there was a document organised by state and electorate.
Yes, Senator.
And was that the same document that had the column added, the spreadsheet that had the column added to it?
There were different documents for different purposes at different points in time. So no, the document with the column added was more at project level as they were progressing those, rather than the broader document which was organised, as say, by state, by electorate, which then, as they were working through it, it became expanded over time.
Mm. And as far as you could tell, were both of those documents then used in that meeting with Minister Tudge, with the Deputy Prime Minister and then the Prime Minister?
I'm not aware that there was a meeting with the Deputy Prime Minister. I think the audit report refers to a meeting with the Prime Minister, which involved Minister Tudge, and for that there was a PowerPoint presentation which had within lists were organised by state within that.
And by electorate within that as
well?
well?
The lists were essentially state-based, and then within each state by electorate. So, but it's important to understand at that stage, for some of the electorates, we weren't at the stage of actually knowing the project. So it would be, for example, it would be in this state, it would be an electorate with, the project would be TBD, to be determined, with an amount of money. So it wasn't at that stage yet known that there was necessarily a project in the electorate, or if there was, what that project would be. So that's what I was saying earlier, it's an iterative process as they're working it through.
So in terms of that PowerPoint at that stage, it was basically identifying that there was an electorate that they wanted to deliver a project in, and TBD what that project
For
would
some,
be.
for others, there was both. There was already a project identified and a dollar amount, but I referred to it as being an iterative process. It wasn't always that the projects which were there at a point in time were the ones which ultimately got approved. As I say, we had the two main tranches we talk about. I think it's in that table 3.1 in the audit report, where there was the 11 January decision and then there was the 10 April decision. There's, there at those points in time, but not everything in the 10 April decision, or indeed the 11 January decision, was necessarily in the lists at that December meeting. So that's to say, it was an iterative process. And it wasn't an exercise of saying there's a defined population of applications we're working our way through. It was that canvassing, as we called it, didn't end in December. It was an ongoing process, and then, as I say, iteratively lists. And that's why I think I could probably best refer you to table 3.1, where we set out at the different points in time what was decided. And we're talking, for example, the Heatherdale one, which was in and then came out and then came back in later. So I think that probably best illustrates the iterative nature of it.
Right. But yes, and that table 3.1 shows that they were all, the Prime Minister's office was involved in signing off on all of them. I think that's pretty clear.
But as I said earlier, that's not necessarily unusual. Are you aware of the hunting licence type process, where there's that process, and this has happened for many years across Commonwealth budgetary processes, where ministers will come forward with spending proposals for consideration at a high level within government, and this was all part of, which is why we set in the audit report with the Department of Infrastructure's view on election commitments. We run through the fact is, no, this was pretty standard government decision making before an election process is underway. This wasn't election, most of these weren't election commitments which then get firmed up later. They were things government had decided from as ministers of the Crown, as they're authorised to do under the Constitution.
Mm-hmm. But in that decision-making process, we had both that spreadsheet as to where the proposal had come from, the column added to the spreadsheet, and we also had that electoral analysis as to what the breakdown was going to be per state and per electorate.
Yeah, there were a number of things at play at once. There was spreadsheets, which we talk about. There were lists. There was a lot happening in terms of the process by which we end up with, at points in time, here are decisions now taken as to which are the projects which are part of UCF and therefore commuter car park projects within that. And as I was saying earlier to the Chair, the car parks were a component, but not the only component. So some of that decision making we talk about in table 3.1 wasn't just on car parks. And we try and set that in table 3.1 to explain, well, there's a broader UCF decided, of which this many for this amount of dollars were car parks.
But that electoral analysis was sort of baked in as part of that assessment process.
Well, this is part of the discussion we're having back in July, in the sense that what was driving it. When we looked at the investment principles, the driving factors here when you look at these things wasn't as I say, there's been analysis done by the department or others as to here are the routes that have particular issues, and here's where the needs are, and that's what we address. It came from a different direction, which wasn't, say, the things that the investment principles talked about.
Yes, and that different direction was presumably, the evidence that you've got is that there was this electoral analysis with covered off in your spreadsheets and in the maps.
Yeah, I don't think that's all that controversial in the sense that
It's a fact. It was there.
That's right. Yeah. So anyway, so we had that meeting then in. So the Tudge met with the Prime Minister in November, and then
December, Senator.
Sorry.
December, Senator.
Okay, and well, that's So paragraph 2.23 of your report, you state that the ministers were seeking agreement then in December 2018 to bring forward a proposal for the commuter car park fund. So was there a letter from Minister Tudge and another minister seeking approval to bring a proposal to Cabinet?
So they weren't proposals to Cabinet. We're talking, so post the early December meeting, which was to discuss broadly the approach and the likely projects. Then there was formal correspondence, a week and a half or so after that meeting, from the Minister and Minister Tudge and the Deputy Prime Minister to the Prime Minister seeking his agreement to that proposed first tranche, and that was the same process employed, or similar process employed in April, just before that budget, in terms of that second tranche of main projects.
Right. So then, so we got that agreement via letters to establish then the commuter car park fund. So in December 2018.
So yes, there was an agreement to establish the car park fund. Then there was that meeting to discuss what's the broad approach and possible projects to include in it, which is the meeting I'm talking about.
Yeah. And so then you mentioned, in your evidence to Senate estimates earlier on, you said that by early December there was a document showing the breakdown to the ALP and the Coalition by state. So that was prepared by the Minister's office.
And that was prepared for the purpose of that meeting I'm talking about, which I think happened on the 6th of December.
Yes, so prepared to inform the discussion between the ministers. And the purpose of that document specifically was about selecting projects?
Well, the bulk of the document was by state, a schedule which was organised by electorate, and then if they had a project, identifying the project and the amount of money involved. If they didn't have the project, it was TBD and an amount of money involved.
Well, I think at that point they're possible projects, aren't they? There's no...
Yep. But because at that stage it was following that meeting that they then firmed up and formally wrote, seeking agreement to this being the first tranche of projects, and then that similar process employed in April.
So, and then... Okay, so then in terms of then selecting the project on table 3.1, which clearly shows, and you say that it's not necessarily inappropriate that the Prime Minister's office was involved in the selection of all of them. Were there any projects that were selected without the Prime Minister's approval?
I think if I take best way to answer that question, if I take you to page 39 of the audit report, Senator, there's a box there, and these boxes summarise the section. And I think that gives you an accurate depiction there. So there's 47 sites, 30 cases written agreement, and that's in those two tranches I'm talking about, the 11 January tranche and then the 10 April tranche. There's 7 which were election commitments, which then are subject, as you'll see from table 3.1, there's the writs being finalised, there's an election commitment authority letter, so the Prime Minister approves that as well. And then there's the 2 cases which are Gosford and Mitcham, where we had the questions to the Department of, outside of some emails from PMO and a media release, do you have anything further? And they don't. But again, that's coming out of the Prime Minister's space, not out of Minister Tudge's space.
Right. And so basically... Yeah, beyond email advice from the Minister's office and the media announcement by the Prime Minister. So everyone was signed off by the Prime Minister.
Yeah, in a word, yes, Senator.
Yes. Can I go, I mean, you've mentioned, in addition to the documentation that your report talks about, and you've given evidence about previously, you've just mentioned there was this PowerPoint that was prepared for that meeting between the ministers. As you know, we in the Senate have had two orders for production of documents to be getting some of this documentation. I think the spreadsheet, we've been told, is cabinet in confidence, but the rest of us, they've told us that basically they can't find the documents. And I'd like to table the OPDs and their responses. So clearly there is documentation that your report gives evidence of, and you've talked about today. I can't understand why the minister can't find these documents. So maybe, would you be able to give us any help and help the minister's office with their filing problem? You know, they seem to have lost the documents down the back of the couch or somewhere.
Senator, I think you went towards this question on the 25th of October in our estimates hearing. I don't think it's the Auditor General's place to almost mediate between an order of production presented in the Senate and the minister's response. The Auditor General's presented a report based on sufficient appropriate evidence to form conclusions. We've collected evidence to support his findings and conclusions. We have a long-standing view that, as you know, we are not the back door for the presentation of documents to the Parliament. But I really don't think it's the Auditor General's job to interfere in a parliamentary process of itself. Your process in your chamber is set out in your rules, and we're not part of it. So I'm very uncomfortable interfering in a process that belongs to this institution.
Yeah, and I absolutely respect, in terms of, we're not asking you to provide those documents because that wouldn't be appropriate.
But it's also, we don't provide service to a minister on documents. We do our job under our Act according to our function. So we've presented a report to the Parliament, we've pointed to some evidence specifically, we've answered questions, and I don't know how much more we can help the committee beyond what we've done.
Can I just ask you that you agree that the documents exist?
To the extent of the testimony we've given, there are documents that support all the findings and conclusions in the report, including those that we've specified in the report.
And presuming that you were able to access them, there's no reason why the minister would not be able to access them.
Well, I can't speak for the minister, Senator. We have documents that support the findings and evidence in the report.
I should just indicate that we were scheduled to finish at past. Senator Chandler won't be able to be with us past 22, which means we'll have to conclude the hearing at that stage. So I'm keen to hand over to Senator Chandler now, if we can. Senator Chandler?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the ANAO today for coming along and answering our questions. Have decisions about projects included in the infrastructure investment program ever been subject to a competitive grants process?
Yes, Senator, they have.
Okay. And is there any example you can point to where the Department of Infrastructure has selected its own projects and recommended them for approval?
I wouldn't say its own projects. As we were saying earlier, Senator, the department isn't a project proponent for under the way the National Land Transport Act and the National Partnership Agreement works. So the proponent is typically a state or territory, because they're the signatories to the NPA, and the Commonwealth doesn't employ engineers. In fact, doesn't own necessarily the land on which the work may be done. So no, it's not something that infrastructure brings forward its own projects, but infrastructure may run. So in terms of when your question about competitive, so when the Bridges Renewal Program is one, the Heavy Vehicle Safety Program is another. The Department of Infrastructure runs a competitive application process seeking applications from those eligible, which is largely state and territory governments and local councils, for projects to bring forward, which infrastructure will then assess and provide advice to a minister as to which one should be approved.
Yeah. So it's, in most ordinary cases, it's the minister making these decisions for approval.
Well, it's, to the best of my knowledge, under the NLT Act, the power to actually approve project proposals, which is what the NLT Act talks about, has never been delegated to a departmental official, to the best of my knowledge. Probably best that infrastructure answers that. I've audited in the space, periodically over time, but not consistently all the time. So there may be periods, and we've audited most of the programs at some point in time, but some quite some time ago. So I can't speak comprehensively, but I think maybe something you could ask infrastructure, but certainly I'm not aware of it.
No, that's okay. That's really useful insight anyway, Mr. Boyd. I'm sure you were listening into the inquiry earlier on today, and there was a lot of conversation around the consultation process or the advocacy process that you might expect by which local community groups, members of parliament, whoever, put forward proposals for projects to government, and how a decision might occur based on that advocacy. Do you consider that there is a role for members of parliament, senators, in putting forward potential projects for selection?
Senator, we weren't watching earlier today. We were doing other audits, so apologies if I crossed some territory in a way that you weren't expecting.
That's all right.
I think in the report itself, paragraph 354, we say it's not uncommon for members of parliament to be able to support funding applications. We see in all sorts of different work that we do that members of parliament bring forward their ideas or suggestions. It's not uncommon. It's how elected officials operate in their constituencies. We also haven't said that there's anything other than the description of what happened in the car park fund. It's what happened. We didn't call it in any way. We just described what happened. It's not unusual in our mind, as we say at paragraph 354, for members of parliament to be involved.
Yeah, good to know. Were all members of parliament aware of the existence of the UCF?
I don't think we can really say to what all members of parliament are aware. What we can say is that...
Sorry, allow me to, I'll rephrase that question. Was was the UCF a publicly acknowledged and known about program? Was there the ability for all members of parliament to be made aware of what was in the UCF?
The UCF was publicly known, Senator. That the avenue through which candidates would be identified wasn't made publicly known. I guess the car park component itself was, we were talking a short time ago in terms of decision making when there'd be a car park component. The decision that you'd have a component actually followed the canvassing having already commenced. So I think we can't say that all parliamentarians were aware of the UCF. It was publicly known, so I can't see why they necessarily wouldn't be. But in terms of how you would then translate awareness of a funding program existing to what are the avenues available to people, if it's going to be run through a process of members of parliament are the identifying source, the paragraph the Deputy Auditor General pointed to, what we typically see where that's the case, it'll be a funding program. I think there was some Anzac Centenary grants for years ago where all members of parliament are actually told that there's this opportunity and you should bring forward your applications. Or in other cases, it's the project proponents still come forward, but you might attach letters of support from your local member of parliament, things which demonstrate that the member of parliament says there's a real community need for this.
Was there any structural barrier to any members of parliament putting forward projects for selection?
I think it's... Can I approach that question maybe the other way, Senator? Not so much barriers. It wasn't a matter of, in most instances, of the members of parliament who put projects forward, if you like, of their own volition. As we set out in the audit report, there were a couple of cases. I think Goldstein was one where the member of parliament wasn't asked, but if you like, came forward themselves. But most of it was actually members of parliament being asked, "Do you have candidates you'd like considered?" rather than them taking the first step. Does the distinction I'm making make sense?
Well,
sorry, Senator.
to an extent, but we're still talking about the manner in which parliamentarians are advocating for worthwhile projects within their community, whether or not they are invited to do that or do that off their own bat. It's a valid part of the process, and my understanding from what you've just said is that there was nothing stopping any one member of parliament from putting forward projects for consideration.
I guess the challenge I'm trying to point to, Senator, is probably twofold. The investment principles for the UCF, which government agreed upon, this wasn't the approach that those investment principles were advocating for. They were talking about an evidence-based approach, where things will be drawn up, essentially to a large extent relying upon advice from the department, whereas in this case, the work the department did was largely discarded rather than relied upon. And there was, as we call it in the report, there was this separate canvassing process that went on. Now, the challenge there is if you don't know as a Member of Parliament that there's an opportunity to put forward projects, unless on each and every funding program you're going to come forward, how do you know this is the one where that's the opportunity? And the other problem, as we point to in the audit report, was the way it was decided which members of Parliament would be afforded the canvassing opportunity. It itself wasn't a process which was built up saying we've identified which are the pinch points, which are the areas of greatest need, ask the local member. The list that we've saw, it started with the basis, as we've testified earlier, top 20 marginals. It was here are the electorates which are marginal that we'd like to ask, rather than here are the electorates which represent the particular areas of public policy problem in terms that a car park can solve.
Senator Chandler, I think all we can really say is what happened is what's in the report. There were measures in budgets, in MyEFO, etc. What happens in the report? It's very hard for us to sit here and sort of say, was there a barrier? Did everybody know? The population of the candidacy occurred as it occurred. We could not speculate whether or not if another member had come forward with something, what would have happened to it. We can only report on what happened.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I've taken us a little bit over time, but that's all from me, Chair.
No, you've done very well, Senator Chandler. I think Senator Rice has one more question and then we're going to conclude.
I did, and following up on that project selection, Mr Boyd, you said in your evidence just before that there were some electorates that were identified with a project still to be determined. That wasn't all of the electorates all around the country. It was a subset of electorates that either had a project or were identified where there was a project
That's
still
correct,
to be
Senator.
determined.
This wasn't, if you like, a roads to recovery type model where covering the entirety of Australia, which, so go back, sorry to harp on this, but go back to the investment principles. This was a program meant to be designed to be addressing a particular need, in which case not all parts of Australia would have the same need or relative need, which is where we're looking for what's the work the department did to inform that decision-making process, and including, as we're talking about in the audit report, to what extent have you engaged with state and territory governments in particular, who were the ones who are closer, you would have thought, to identifying that where the needs are greatest. Because, as I said earlier, this isn't an area the Commonwealth is typically involved in.
So in terms of those electorates where it was, project to be determined, was there, can you tell us more about that, what group of electorates they were? Well,
they were of the nature, as Deputy Auditor General's pointed to in the audit report, essentially you're looking at, it was a population of marginal electorates, but I think it's also worth emphasising not every electorate that was listed with a TBD project necessarily ended up with any projects. In some cases, and not every project which was, I think we said this in July, not every project that came forward by someone advocating for its merits ended up. So, I mean, you get some electorates where the numbers might look the same. So I can recall one electorate where four projects initially came forward and 4 projects ultimately were approved, but one of the final 4 projects wasn't one of the initial 4 projects. So it kept saying it was a very iterative process, which normally if you're running competitive applications based, here's a defined population, subject to there being late applications, which raises other issues. Here's a defined population you're picking within that. This is the challenge here. It's iteratively, and the canvassing continued right through, as you can see, right through up until during the election campaign, because there were some of the projects announced in the campaign weren't necessarily in the earlier work which we were looking at.
But those, just to summarise, those electorates which were identified as the project TBD were marginal electorates?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to thank officers from the Australian National Audit Office. Thank you for your work on this and your submission, well, not submissions, but your evidence. I'm sure there's something else I'm supposed to say when I'm closing this off, but I always forget. We have, of course, set Friday the 19th of November if there were any questions that you've got to take on notice. Thank you very much, and we'll now suspend.
Thank you.
Adjourn.